Hello. Hello, welcome everybody. Oh shit, did I hit done? What is the title of my stream right now? Did I actually update that before I started? I will go check. Load. Load, please. Load faster. It is updated. Okay, good. Yeah, ScribbleSupport 161. It is storming today. Quite sincerely. So I'm gonna try and keep my tasks on the simpler side today, so that maybe we won't go quite as late, because I believe the forecast says this is supposed to go on until tomorrow. So you know, I would rather find a sensible place to finish and finish properly, as opposed to going my normal length and exploding. So we shall see how it goes today. But today we're continuing with our character redesign slash style study. Mostly character redesign recently. I have gathered some tools, though. I have some cool places I can go. My hope is today we finish the character design, and next week I want to do some like actual practice stuff. Wow. Blue Wind Sky. 22 months. Cat story, yeah. So yeah, I hope to finish her today, so that next week we can do some actual like style study, training, exercise, gesture drawing stuff. That's what I want to do next week. So I will reveal to you my angst that I've been working on for the past, what, 3 weeks now. This is where she is. Let's turn off. Oh, I grabbed a window by accident. Stop. There we go. Turn off the ruler. Here she is. So, the first draft, I got to a place where I felt pretty good about like the general style and areas where I wanted to give her scars. But then I wanted to refine that and like clean it up so that it's nice and simplified and stylized, you know, fitting the theme of what I'm working on in general. So here's where we are. I'm not 100% on it, and it's missing one like key moment. So we're gonna mess around with her scars a little bit today, and if I manage to get that done, we're gonna look at some outfit designs. My stream deck just crashed. Please, I need things to work today. I don't want to dilly-dally. Yeah, so I'm gonna take a couple cracks at what we're missing with the scars here, and maybe like one overall big crack at the whole scar like arrangement. It just crashed again. I'm gonna fucking morb. I keep losing track of what I'm saying because everything's breaking around me. We're working on scars, and then we're gonna work on outfits. That's what's on the agenda today. So, to review, here we are. Also, it's in the title, but out loud warnings. Spoilers for major events in Final Fantasy XIV, because that's what all of this is based on. So, the original scheme that I came up with was to gather moments from the game's story that I felt particularly attached to and arrange them from most to least impactful, like to me personally. And then based on the event and the impact of said event, dictated the type and like scale of scar that I put on my character. So the big fucked up left arm is from Susanoo, from Stormblood. The healed handprint on the inside of that scar is from Ardbert from Shadowbringers. The little cuts along the like extremities of her body and on her back are from Elidibus, the Limit Break 4 like judgment cut ass move. The cuts that are on her like middle and near her vital areas are from Xenos, and the facial scars are from the big funny punch at the end of Xenos. Oh, and this is a like pierced, got stabbed. I reevaluated last week. If you were here, you may remember I kind of didn't come up with anything like influential from Heavensward, so I just gave her like a generic dragon scratch. But I wanted all of the scars to be made up of like meaningful things, so I went back and rewatched like all of Heavensward's story, and I remembered that you actually fight Estinian at some point, and I like Estinian. He's a cool character. He goes on to be like important through the rest of the story, so I thought it was a cool thing that she has like a pierce wound from when you fight Nidhogg piloting Estinian. So, the one thing that we are missing is representation for 2.0. And originally, I had a bite mark across her abdomen that was supposed to be from Twintania, from Binding Coils, because it's not particularly common amongst the player base to find people who were around and actually raided Binding Coil. So I think that's a cool little nod for my character to have. However, the way that I drew it, can I just bring that up actually so you guys can see? Yeah, should be on this, right? Yeah, there you go. So this is the like draft 1 version of her. And the major thing that I disliked about this was I would describe it as noisiness of it. This features her freckles done with a brush, and they're scattered quite haphazardly, as well as the scars themselves being more numerous and smaller. The numerous tiny cuts and the numerous scattered freckles kind of leaves her, like, just really cluttered. Like, there's a lot of things on her body. And I didn't like how messy it was appearing, and also it would be a pain in the ass to draw every time because there's so many elements. So that's why we're simplifying. But anyway, this is the Titania bite, or Twintania bite. Twintania's upper jaw is more beak-like, so that's why it's triangular, and then her lower jaw has pointies. So this was to say Amira got, like, bit, not trying to be, like, bitten through, but, like, picked up and thrown was what I had in my head, because there's a move that Twintania does where she, like, charges at you and tries to knock you out of the arena. So that's what I had in my head as to her going through. However, the way that I drew this, there's a little problem called scale. So I went back and checked. I went back and did Twintania. This is the scale of Twintania versus my character. So, that bite mark don't work, because Amira fits in her mouth. So I need to come up with something else for the 2.0 representation. And that's where I am stuck. So that's what we're going to try and figure out today. I could also just be lazy, though, and say that the missing ear is because of Twintania, because that's not really attributed to anything in particular. But yeah, that's where we're at. I need something from 2.0, and I may simplify further or otherwise rearrange the cuts that I have on her. And I have gone and taken pictures of, like, the critical moments of the fights that I'm trying to reference, so that I have a better idea of exactly the shapes and locations where I should be aiming. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Let's get to it. Also, just as a warning, I guess. I don't feel like I should need to warn about this, but I guess it's kind of NSFW in, like, the most mild way possible. I have these modesty coverings on her, but she doesn't have, like, nudity. Like, there's no like, bits underneath these coverings, and I may hide the coverings so that I can focus on the shapes and locations of the scar. So Barbie doll jump scare warning. I might do this. Shield thine Puritan eyes. Oh, there's my uninterruptible power supply kicking on, so my electricity is still wonking out despite the lighter rain and lack of thunder. So yes, we may get kicked off today, so apologies in advance for any interruptions that may occur. Anyway, let's get to it. So how can I work this here? How about we grab just all of this and put that in a folder called version 2. And we're going to yoink all of this and call this old. And we're going to throw that outside that folder. And then we're going to make a new folder called version 3. I am pretty... I'm pretty well set on the arm, the left arm, the facial scars, and the pierce wound. Well, I might move the pierce wound. But anyway, we're gonna keep those parts, which is this and that. And those layers. We're gonna keep those. Look how clean she looks. Look at her before she was all fucked up. Well, her ears are still fucked up, but... Hey, Possum. Welcome in. There we go. A bunch of clutter in here. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. Stinian, yeah, let's get rid of that. And then you are Xenos. Alrighty. Oh, right, she has scars on her knuckles too, because she punches him back quite hard and repeatedly. Alright, so first things first. Get my references open. Say you. Yeah. I have one thing that I would like to try. I'm not super in love with the shape of the handprint. So I'm going to try and redo that once. I have an idea of a shape, like a more simplified shape. We just go with like a cave painting style, like handprint. I need her scar color. Why am I not drawing? Ah, because of that. There we go. Go for really blocky shapes. And we have a... Let's just give us like a palm to work with, and we can remove from that. So you'd have something there with your thumb, and then like the pad of your hand there. Yeah. Like that. And then just the fingertips. So thumb. And then like... Ugh. Feel a sneeze coming. Stuck inside my head. Yeah. Just do like that. Be a little too long there. That scale is wrong. that. Oop. I just had a thought. I am liking the shape of this, but this doesn't serve my purpose. She's supposed to be grabbed on the arm, not slapped on the arm, as this shape is implying. But let's see, maybe I like a part of it. Let's see if we want to use this. The right hand, turn that back on, and this back on. I might like that shape more. I don't know about the fingers, though. I think I like those fingers more. Let's keep these. Ah, right, and it's not scar color, it's skin color. This is a restored area, not a scarred area. So we need that color. And let's get us a line mask so it doesn't look as weird on the edges. Where are we? Here. All right. So that versus that. Let's do us a little one of these. I have folders open that don't need to be open now. Contents in this folder that right. Sorry, this document's layer structure is kind of a nightmare. Just sorting this a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now we get rid of that and we go to this. And now we can do this. We back up and squint our eyes. And do this. I don't know which one I like better. Yeah, yeah. She got no thoughts. I think I like the newer one better, but I want to tweak it a little bit. I think I want to remove this gap here. And take this a little more this way. And the thumb is just a little too square. That's better, I think. Yeah. You were grabbing... Yeah. Maybe, these fingers should be a little more in line with the arm. Yeah. No. Yeah. Conflicted. We're just gonna leave that alone for now. I think that's in a decent spot. So things to potentially change. One of them is based purely around many small cuts. I think I might like to avoid that for detail reasons. Hey, Vieri. So I guess let's... No, I shouldn't. I'm full of such conflict. I might just leave it out. I do really like the Elidibus fight, though. Vocalize my conundrum. I have multiple influences from Shadowbringers because it is my favorite expansion. So should I limit myself to one for consistency's sake? Because I already have the handprint. The handprint is something from Shadowbringers. So I don't need to take more than one thing from Shadowbringers. But then again, I did say that the influence of that moment should correlate to the scale of the scar. And the handprint isn't very big. So this is the most original, I guess, lore that I have currently, Vieri. Again, very, very briefly, how I knew that I wanted to fuck her up. That was the main goal. She should look weathered, because Amira has existed for a while. I've been playing the game since 1.0. So I want her to look very ragged, right? So I wanted her to have a lot of scars. And the way that I figured out how to organize that in a way that my funny little brain could manage is I chose at least one really influential, like, memorable moment to me personally from each expansion. And then I organized those encounters like by influence. And so, depending on the type of encounter and the level of influence, dictated like the size and shape of the scar on her. So that's how I figured out like a scheme for how to mark her up. And if we go back here and turn on everything. So how this is working in my head right now is the destroyed left arm is from Susanoo, because I was a tank then, and that's like my favorite moment in the entire game, like completely removed from lore and story or whatever. Just the Susanoo EX fight as a tank is like the coolest thing in the game. So that's her biggest mark, is like breaking her arm, catching the sword. But then my next most influential thing is Shadowbringers, because that's my favorite like story area. And the major one is Elidibus, but watching through Shadowbringers again to try and find these moments, I found a cutscene that is largely innocuous, but I was inspired with a particular fun idea that I thought would be a cool way to mark up my character and have like a story behind it. There is a moment in Shadowbringers just before you go after the last Light Warden. So you have not gone to challenge Vothri yet. It's just before you start doing that. There's a cutscene in the inn room in the Crystarium where Ghostbert shows up to be depressed at you, as he does. And during your conversation, the Warrior of Light has one of your, like, slaps Warrior of Light, this bitch can fit so much light ether in it moments. You start having one of your fits where you have too much light ether in you and it's, like, killing you. And Ardbert reaches out to try and help you. Like, you like, double over. So you're like, on one knee, like leaning forward, one hand on your chest like you're having a heart attack, and Ardbert reaches out to you like to try and help you up. And there was a pivotal moment in the story, I think it's in what the fuck is the place called? The ferry area. There's a moment previously where you see Ardbert try to help some like mercenaries or like soldiers that are being attacked and killed, and he can't because he's a ghost. And there's like a very poignant moment where he laments that he can't affect this world in any way, that he's just a specter here to like witness suffering as some grand punishment. So I liked the idea that Ardbert does go on to affect this world in a great way. He goes on to merge with you and is the reason why you're able to defeat Hades, right? So I figured there would be a cool, like, in-between moment. Anyway, this cutscene that's happening in the tavern. He reaches out to try and help you, and he gets burned. He reaches out to grab your arm to, like, try and help you up, and he goes, ah, and recoils. And I'm pretty sure the intent there is to just emphasize how fucked up your ether is. But of course, at that moment, we didn't know, like, our relationship to Ardbert just yet. So I'm headcanoning, and the reason behind this mark is, so souls are made of ether, This is like an established thing in Final Fantasy 14. Your soul is ether. Like, the same shit that makes magic makes up your soul. And when you die, your ether returns to the ethereal sea. And your ether can stay your soul shaped for a good while after you die. So there's like kind of an afterlife. It's pretty heavily implied that you can just stay yourself in the afterworld if you choose to. But many souls prefer to just kind of eventually fade away, and their ether can go back like into circulation and be used to make more life and magic and beautiful things and such. Very, very Christian afterlife coded mythology that Final Fantasy has. But anyway, given that souls are made of ether, I would posit that the only way to damage a soul is with ether. And I feel that that hypothesis is backed up by Endwalker, given that the final days, like, blasphemy transformation is a stagnation of your ether, and therefore your soul and will are overridden by despair, and that emotion erases your ether. And that's why people who turn into blasphemies don't get an afterlife, because your soul is gone now. Your ether is destroyed, and therefore you have nothing to afterlife. You're just turbo dead. So I think that cutscene is meant to imply, oh, you're just so full of ether that it, like, scorched him and it caused him to recoil. But I'm gonna say, similar to how loss of bodily mass hurts us as people, right? If you touched something and vaporized the top layer of your skin on your fingertips, that would hurt. Likewise, if Ardbert tried to touch us and lost a little bit of ether, that would hurt, because he is a soul that is made of ether, and loss of that ether would cause him pain. So I have a handprint where he tried to grab us, because it, in my head, it wasn't the light ether scorching him, it was a little bit of his ether rejoining with us, because that is his, like, ultimate purpose and where his ether wants to be, a la the Asian mentality of we're all part of something that used to be a whole, and we strive to regain that state. So Amira got this big scar on her left side during Stormblood, and in Shadowbringers, Ardbert grabbing her returned some of Ardbert's ether to her, and therefore got her a little bit closer to the Asian definition of perfection. So it healed. It's a reverse scar. It is tissue that is restored within her big scar. So that's why that's there. That's the most, like, original thing that I came up with amongst all of this, and I think that's a fun story. So that's why she has a handprint on her arm. Got very distracted. Right, so that's one of the things that I want from Shadowbringers, and the other most memorable thing is this. The most comprehensible picture ever taken in Final Fantasy. This is the Elidibus encounter where he does Limit Break 4. And I remember having like a poggy moment when I was in that fight, and it's like he can do that. He's just doing that. he has an LB4, and not clearly depicted here. He opens this attack with a bunch of slashes, and then like all of these extra beams of light join in later. So I interpret this as like a judgment cut type thing, you know, where this is just like 1,000 cuts, right? So that's why oops, I didn't mean to close that. I need to move it over here. There we go. So that's why I wanted her to just have several little cuts, because I was also tanking that encounter, and that's another like fun moment. One of the 3 times in the story where you are tank Limit Break 3 is necessary to complete the encounter. You must tank LB3 or you die. That only happens a couple of times, but that's one of the times, and I was tanking, so that was a very fun moment. Also the lore, you know, the twist of the Warrior of Light, and the rains have ceased, yada yada, you know. Elidibus is a very strong moment, so I wanted to include that. Yeah, that's very cool too. I love that the Limit Break bar and the Duty Finder have canon explanations as to how and why they work. It's so cool. Yeah, so big scar from Susanoo. She busted her arm catching the fucking 20-ton sword. The healed handprint from Ardbert, because Shadowbringers. I want to do something with Elidibus. My moment from Heavensward is the least influential one, because I remember enjoying Heavensward, but when I went back to think on it, I realized that basically none of it was a fight. I enjoyed Heavensward because we find out what primals are. And, like, the dynamic of the, like, authoritarian government being questioned and toppled, and like the theme of revenge and the way that dragons perceive time differently than us. Like there's just a lot of really cool story and lore moments in Heavensward, but almost none of that is a fight. So how do I mark Amira? Because like none of it is a meaningful fight to me. Ravana's cool, but, like, he's not my favorite primal. Bismarck doesn't really do anything to you. He just kind of bumps you, and you die. Most of the deaths in the Bismarck fight are to the ads, not Bismarck himself, or getting cliffed by Bismarck flapping his wings too hard. So, like, there wasn't, like, a really key story moment that was a wounding encounter that I felt like I could mark Amira with. So I just chose the climax where you fight Nidhogg and he's piloting Estinian for a little while. And for the sake of adding a different scar shape and texture, I gave her a pierce wound. Meant to be like she got her arm stuck. she got shish kebabbed by Nidhoggstinian during that fight. So it's a small mark because Heavensward didn't leave like a particular large fighting mark on me personally. And it's a more unique shape. Hi, San. Also, welcome in, Tribal. I don't think I said that. You could add a tattoo honoring Horshafont. Yeah, maybe. I hesitate to add tattoos. I did think of that, but I keep on running into the wall where I find she's too noisy because she has the double skin tone because she's of darker complexion. So she has the 2 skin tone going on because of her palms and feet. She has freckles, and also she has all these scars. And she also does already have a tattoo. So I don't want to fill her with too much noise. So I hesitate to add another tattoo. I might do it anyway, but I think that's something I want to try and avoid, because I don't want her to be so crazily detailed that her details get lost, or rather her readability gets lost in her details, especially once I add like outfits on top of her. And also just the active redrawing of all of these elements every time I want to draw my character. So that's what we have on her so far. But what I need to add, so you know, let's get this in my head here. We're done. Oops. We're done with 4.0. That's good. Left arm is what we did from 4.0. We're done with 2.0, or not 2, 3.0. That's the Estinian stab. And we have elements from 5 and 6, which is I'll label it as fist fight. She has damage to her right hand knuckles because big funny punch, and she has damage to her left side face because big funny punch. So those are from Xenos, and from 5 we have the Ardbert hand. But I want more from both of these, and we need something from 2.0. So that creature. Hello, son.
A test of your reflexes.
Yeah. So you know what? I'll show you guys. I should be able to stream to Discord. That wasn't a problem last week, right? Okay. We go to YouTube, and it should be like the most recent thing in my watch history.
Oh.
Yes. So firstly, let me close this browser and reopen it just so that the other tabs aren't loaded and taking away processing power. There we are.
Hell yeah.
So it's
spoilers.
No. Yeah, my title has Final Fantasy spoilers in it for this reason. It's right here. I hate this person's UI, but we're dealing with it.
I wasn't paying attention to him.
Either they're playing on PC at like 720p, or they're playing on PS3 because they're also using a controller. So the UI elements are very big, and they're taking up a lot of the screen. But yeah, when he does this, so he incapacitates you right here. So I noted, I drew like DDR arrows on my notepad in front of me here. He hits you up, and then he does a diagonal. Well, I'll just play the thing. He cuts the shit out of you, and like puts you on your knees, like owie oof, you know, big ouchie, 1 HPS, I'm almost dead, right? So what I'm aiming for with Xenos is he is the entity in this universe that has come the closest to killing you, and he is trying to kill you. So all of those cuts on my first draft here, not first, my second draft here, the cuts that I attribute to Xenos, I can set them to normal here and make them blue. There. The cuts that I attribute to Xenos are near your vitals. But he's trying to kill you. So that's the reasoning behind that. And then the scars from the fist fight at the end, because you both punch each other very hard.
Why does the UI looks like I'm playing a game on my iPad, and these are the buttons I need to press. Why is like the quest objective so big?
Yeah, that's why I say like I think this is probably on a PS3, like at like 720p,
but like
because the elements
like
are
text
so
box.
Huge.
The chat box looks fine. That looks like that's like a normal
true.
size and everything.
Yeah, but like the word party is massive.
It's like a yeah.
and
you're right.
The size of the mini-map is huge. The quest is so big that it can only hold three active quests. Yeah, the UI is rough to look at. But anyway, yeah, so here, that's another moment here. He does the same thing to you. And then he does this big move. He does that big thing. It knocks away all of your weapons.
Yeah, I love the sun in the background. It's so good.
Yeah, I love this whole, like, just end of the universe fucking dimension that we're in. So, yeah, it's very much... So we hit him with our right hand very hard. And I went and looked up, like, common scars and injuries in regards to, like, MMA, you know, or like hand-to-hand fighting in general. So that's why she has cuts on her knuckles, because we hit him very hard. Chug, hey, welcome in, Chug. What were you up to today? We're talking about Final Fantasy. You were doing art. Hell yeah. Do you have anything that you'd like to show? Your art has been improving like fucking crazy lately. I'm proud of you. Yeah, well, welcome in, everyone. You wouldn't know how, if you'd like to, if you have a Discord, or if you want to just put it in my Discord, you can do that. And I can either pull it up from inside my Discord, or you can upload it to a Discord somewhere and then just copy the link and put it in my chat if you would like to share, or upload it to Blue Sky and share a link there. I do have a Discord. Boop. The link is on there. Actually, I think I have a dedicated Discord command that I don't have easy access with my fingies with. Oh, maybe I don't. Maybe I deleted it because less clutter, because it's on the socials link page with everything else. Anyway, it's on there. It's also in my about section on Twitch, I believe. Pretty sure I have a link down there to my Discord. But yes, so scars on our right hand because we hit him, and then he has a confirmed big funny punch to our face. So that's where like the nose bridge and the busted lip come from. Yeah, these are the reasons for all of those marks. So we need the body marks from Xenos. and we need something to attribute to Elidibus. But I also have a couple of things on Amira that do not have an attribution, which is kind of counter to my overall goal of every one of her scars actually having like a story as to how she got it. So things I could attribute to Twintania or Elidibus or Xenos. The nick on this ear, the lack of this ear, and the implied damage to her tail. Yeah. Scary cat, yeah, it's my warrior of light. She's been through some shit. Oh, in the doodle thing. Yeah. Oh, it's a little creature. Funky little guy. I like how you managed to make it look fuzzy.
Cool.
I'm really terrible at that. Making things like fluffy. I don't know how to do that. It's a dad day gift. Ways. Hell yeah. Awesome. It's been very cool watching you do art over the past couple of years and how your style has changed. Very cool. Very cool. It's all AI? I don't think it is. I think you're fibbing. I hope you're fibbing. Anyway, yeah, so here's where we are. These are the marks that I am satisfied with. The blue underlines are the things we need to address. So, I guess I can mark in here. This is going to be more Xenos cuts. And this is going to be something to do with Elidibus. I think that's how you spell his name. And then we got to figure something up there with Twintania.
The scaling picture you sent me was really funny.
yeah. So, yeah, for everyone here, did I show this already? I don't know. My brain is hollow. Oh, it's not visible there. Right, yeah, I did show this because I brought up the old, this one. So this was originally intended to be a Twintania bite on her abdomen, but then I discovered a critical error with that, and it's that Twintania is this size compared to Amira. So that bite mark doesn't quite work.
Just by the tip, little tip.
Yeah. So yeah, we are right there. There's the folder where we're at. Oh, here come the ads. Capitalism inbound. All right, so we have a folder for Xenos. We're going to need a folder for Elidibus. I feel I'm going to break my own rule here. Because it's supposed to be, like, in order of my personal, like, emotional investment in the encounter that dictates, like, how influential the scar is. But I feel it will lead to a more interesting character because of the more interesting shapes to start with Xenos's marks as opposed to Elidibus. Because he's going for a kill. So I imagine the wounds would be like... You know, they don't show any of this in game, probably because of ESRB ratings. But you know, you're very close to death. Like you're like on a bed with like all your friends crying over you. Like you know like, you're very close to dying at the end of this encounter. So I imagine, you know, in a less family friendly world, the reflection of our injuries would be messy after the fight with Xenos. So I'm imagining something like there's a couple of diagonal cuts, right? So I'm imagining something like, oh, also divine alignment. I got these scar brushes I used on her arm, and also these cut shapes. They're awesome. They're free on the Clip Studio Marketplace. So it's just like a, you know, like messy line cut scar. Or this one that I used for her arm. This like jaggy edge. It's a really cool... Actually, that's the wrong one, but that brush is also cool. This is the one I used for her arm. It has like an internal texture to it, you know? So you could say like, she burnt her shoulder, you know? It's a really cool, it's really cool texture and shape. Let me grab... they're not on the front page anymore. I'm just gonna grab a link to one of them, and you guys can, like... He released, like, 8 of them. So I'm just gonna grab one, and you guys can just click the, like, see other assets by this person link. Where the hell are they?
Oh, no. Gone forever.
There we go. Oh, no, they're not free anymore. They're 10 clippy now.
Limited time.
I don't understand why people do that. I really don't get why that's a thing.
What? Like...
The limited time free. Like, why do you do that?
Like, sale, I guess. Also, if it's something that's a little bit paid for, that like a lot of people want and it's free, it'll get boosted like, up in the free items promotionally.
This is a fake economy. Like they're not like earning money by you know, like...
Yeah, but you earn Clippy to spend more Clippy on other things you want.
Yeah, but
in exchange for other digital goods and services.
You earn Clippy for uploading free shit. So like, why not just take the Clippy for having a free material and like let people have it? Anyway,
maybe there's a secret economy that we're just not aware of.
Can I copy that? Can I reduce that to like text? No.
Can you like if you click on it, you can find like an ID.
Yeah. I was just hoping I could get like the user ID to send people directly here instead of to one product, but it doesn't look like I can. So if you go to your Clip Studio Marketplace and you search that number, that will give you one of the scar brushes. And from there, you can scroll to the bottom and click search this user's materials. And you can see all of the things that he has uploaded. They're very cool scar brushes that came around just in time for me to use them. Yeah, so I am feeling like a big grievous wound, and let's do this here. We're gonna grab you, set you to clip There we go. So big diagonal cut. I'm tempted to go here because she already has something on her other side. However, if he's aiming to kill you, I feel like a good mark would be one like over here, like near your heart. Ah.
Is Amira left-handed or right-handed?
She's right, I suppose. Because I'm right.
Because I'm wondering if projecting.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if aiming to sever your dominant hand would also be, you know, like strategic.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You know, so I'll transcribe this because I have it on a physical piece of paper here in front of me. That one like super debilitating move that he does to you is a upward like knock up move, and then while you're in the air he does one of those, followed by one of those, followed by one of these, and then another like upward slash, and then he slams you back down.
Directionals.
Yeah.
It's a fighting game combo. I've been looking at these lately.
Yeah. So I might not represent every one of those slashes, but I think it would be cool if the slashes that I do represent are in those directions. Get back here. I went and grabbed a couple of references for scar shapes. Let's see if I can come up with something interesting. So I wonder if I could actually... No, because it goes all the way around. I was gonna say maybe I could cover like this entire seam from like where the arm wound happens. So that way that's like one less detail to draw. You know, let's start like on her neck. Like a really, this would have been bad cut. Try and get jaggy travel across her chest. All right. But Barbie doll nudity jump scare.
Oh.
Where is it? Yep. Oh my god, how salacious.
Right across the boob. It's okay. Final Fantasy XIV is a rated T, apparently. I had to look up the reasoning for the rating because I was curious as to why. It's... It has all the examples of like, even, you know, like this game depicts suggestive dialogue. And I'm like, what do you mean suggestive dialogue?
Yeah, suggestive dialogue, use of alcohol. Do they mention drugs? Are there drugs in...
I'll read out this paragraph if that's cool. Final Fantasy XIV is rated T for teen by the ESRB with alcohol reference, animated blood, language, suggestive themes, and violence. This is a massive multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, in which players navigate a large cast of characters that engage in missions and fight the forces of evil. Players explore environments, e.g. cities, plains, caves, and battle human and fantasy creatures. Players use swords, spears, axes, firearms, and magic spells, e.g. fireballs, energy beams, to defeat enemies in a real-time combat. Cutscenes depict a man being stabbed from behind, and creatures emitting splashes of purple or yellow blood when struck. Some female characters are depicted from low camera angles with lingering camera views of their buttocks, i.e. upskirt shots.
I can't recall
Dialogue
any
contains suggested references.
upskirts.
Yeah, like I can't think of any.
It
I
doesn't
don't think they're
surprise me
intentional
that they would
if they
exist, but
are.
I can't recall
Um,
being like taken out of the
Dialogue
moment by one.
contains suggestive references. For example, the Netmaster's probably up in his office polishing the mask just thinking about her. Stick your manhood in the forge,
What?
and you cheating little whore. I don't remember any
Me
of these,
neither.
but I could see it.
I want to know where they're from now. I didn't realize there was a lusty
Several
Argonian
characters
maid
are
in
referenced
fucking
as drunk
Final
or
Fantasy.
drunken. And while others talk about wine, rum, and grog, the word shit can be heard in the dialogue.
It sure can.
The Netmaster's probably up in his office. I gotta just Google this now.
The Netmaster? The who?
I guess like for fishing or something?
Oh, maybe.
Like a netting fish. I don't know. Am I doing this adventure?
Yes, Roma.
Wait.
I do like that shape a lot. Okay, so...
I like Picasso.
Oh, and right. So this was me watching the cutscene in that YouTube video where the camera is behind the Warrior of Light. So these should be this way. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's symmetrical. Well, except for this horizontal cut that only comes from that side. Yeah, you do see Ystrola nude, but she's inside like a floodlight. Like you can see like her naked shoulders and her feet. Like the rest of it is just like a giant lens flare. Like you don't.
I would say there's more suggestive shots of Thancred, butt naked, squirrel, nutkin censored.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Fucking nutkin. I forgot about that.
It's a highlight. They didn't forget about it, even in the Dawn Trail trailer.
That's right.
I thought it was gonna have like a more significant part of the story, though.
Yeah, Thancred doesn't do much in Dawn Trail, does he?
He's on a honeymoon with Urianger.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm dying.
Oh. Don't do that. It's not healthy for you.
It's against TOS. Ah.
You can't do it, not on stream.
Yeah. I get up for a second.
How could you forget about Thancred? I saw this really funny TikTok that was like just interviewing cosplayers at a con, I guess, about like who's like the hottest Final Fantasy character, and people are like, oh, like Tifa or like Zack, and like one guy goes Thancred.
Thancred.
And I was like, yes, yeah.
All right, I'm back. Yeah,
Return.
Possibly the biggest glow up in the entire series, I would say. Not just aesthetically, like when you compile like the character development and the aesthetic together. I feel like Thancred is the one that undergoes the most dramatic change, because I hated him.
Became a dad.
Like I hate like his whole like salacious philanderer rogue, you know, like sex pest archetype that he was in the early game. But then he needs to shape the fuck up so that he can take care of his gay daughter.
Step up.
And yeah, he needs to step up. Yeah. And I start
is it bad
really
that I
liking
like
him after that point.
Is it bad that I do like the playboy character, but he's a little bit angsty and
Yeah,
flirting
no,
with women
it's
is just to
not bad.
hide
I
his.
just
That's
I
what
didn't
initially
like
was
him.
like.
Like
Oh,
him making like weird passes at like
mm,
every girl, you know? I was like,
that's fair,
can you
yeah.
stop? Um,
But then he got better once he got lost in the woods
yeah,
naked.
he 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 failed to save his girlfriend. Uh, she got turned into ether, I guess. And then he adopted a gay daughter and had to get his shit together. I'm still waiting for
Unfortunately. Oh,
the story arc where we get Thancred back to Sirene. I want that to happen.
oh yeah. Actually, there's like a lot tying into like, oh, we gotta return a lot of people to the first to see other people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure that's coming. Actually, we do have the big premise for that now. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my gamer theory is again, Final Fantasy 14 spoilers. It seems like the next quote unquote major thing, like where the major thing was the Asians gestures vaguely, you know, that was like the big deal before. I feel like the next major thing is the shards. Like we
Yeah.
know where Azam, we're bringing in relics of Azam that have the power to merge dimensions and shit. I think the next major like story arc is going to be either figuring out a way to do the rejoining but like not apocalyptically, or at the
Politely,
very
nicely.
least we have precedent now since post Endwalker, um that we can go to the 13th and that it's not just there be demons, like there are sentient beings with lives that exist in the 13th. um
Hmm.
and given Shadowbringers the raid, we have restored an area that was like ether wiped. So I think next time we go back to the 13th, our goal is going to be to fix it.
Am I am I forgetting what the raids in Shadowbringers were?
Eden.
Oh, you're right. I just did those.
So
I literally just did them.
the plot there is that we summon primals and then kill them
Hmm.
to disperse their ether to like artificially recreate ether balance in an area that is
Hmm.
otherwise scorched lifeless by light. And we
Yeah.
bring ecosystem back to the burn. That's like the plot of Eden. So we have precedent now, just like we have Alizé who can cure tempering, which is just ether imbalance. We
Hmm.
have Terra and Reen and the events of Eden to show that we are capable of restoring lost worlds. So I think there will eventually be a story that takes us back to the first, and we're going to collect our little gay daughters and bring them to the
Yeah.
13th and try and fix
Yeah,
it.
there's a post I really like, and like this was before I had context of like certain characters like Gaia and stuff like that.
Because
But it was
Gaia's
like
from the
going to the
13th. So
convention.
that's where that
Yeah.
through line comes from. Sorry. Continue.
No, that's okay. I think this was like before I was really into the Shadowbringers expansion, but it
Mm-hmm.
was like uh Gaia Gaia and Rin are taking a separate car while everyone else is carpooling to go to the convention. Thancred gets the car lost. They made a wrong turn. Gaia and Rin are now in the hotel with their phones off in the hot tub, ignoring all calls while the the others are trying to call them, desperately trying to get into the hotel. That's it. That's going to be the next expansion. Or Australia.
Yes. We still need to go to Australia as well. That'll
That's when we get
definitely
Astrofel to play.
that'll definitely be a location at some point, as dictated by Emmett Selk at the end of Endwalker, like
Yeah.
physically handing us a list of future expansions. Like,
How many things did he list off? Because I feel like we did a chunk of them already.
he listed at least 3 things to my memory, and at least one of them has been completed, because one of them was the place where we find the portal that leads to the 13th. The sunken ruins, the Golden Isles, I think he calls it, the sunken city, Golden City,
right.
whatever the fuck he calls it. We got there.
Then
that's
we've
where
done
the portal
2.
to the 13th is. What's the other
because
one?
Because we've also uncovered the identity of the 12.
Right. I'm not sure if he mentions Tyrol, but he definitely does mention. He mentions Mericidia by name, so we'll definitely have to go there eventually. And that was a given anyway. You know, it's a major continent with like lore that has been alluded to before, so we knew we were gonna be going there at some point.
It's just been chilling there the entire time.
A country full of dragons. That'll be fun. We might have to not tell Estinian where we're going.
Oh no. No, he's chilled out. He's cool with it. We're friends now.
It'll be Estinian riding Vritra, and we'll go pick up what the hell's Tiamat. We'll go pick up Tiamat and Vritra and tiny Ajdaya, and we'll go on a field trip to
it's gonna be Heavensward 2 Australia.
Yeah.
It's gonna be all of Heavensward again, but everyone has an Australian accent.
I've been doing too much yapping. I need to draw stuff.
Less yap, more traumatizing.
I like that shape. That's a cool shape.
And how will it go through the back now?
Yeah, it should go over the back at least a little bit. Just do like that.
Oh. Caught right in the crook of the neck.
There's no point in me doing that, so I need to color all of this in scar color. There. And now we grab that. There. Excuse me. All right, so
You're
big
not
cut
excused.
Toward the neck and or heart. That's good. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just have to do like all of them at once. I don't think I can do them like by individual, because I need to conceptualize like the composition of them, you know, like how they all fit on her. And here's, so do I want to attribute her missing ear to anything in particular?
Who got that?
We could say that was Xenos. We could say that was Twintanya, because I like can't figure out a better way to represent her.
Bit an ear right off.
I like this old one. Where is it? In here.
Eyebrows gone.
Oh yeah, I did delete her eyebrows. Whoops.
They were just in one of the layers that you turned off.
Yeah, they're in a folder. There. I liked this cut. Mostly I like the tail. The like embedded in the fur scar. I think that's cool looking. So I think I want to wound her tail. But I tried redoing this was just miscellaneous dragon, I guess. got her in the butt. A fate spawned behind her and she didn't notice. But I wanted to make that Twintania rather than just a dragon. So I did the... Oh. Did I delete it? Oh, no, there we go. I did this because Twintania has much bigger claws, but I really don't like the swipes being, like, in line with the leg.
Okay.
It looks really odd to me, especially when you put her, like, short spec on.
Safety shorts gone. Oh.
I don't like that. It looks weird.
Yeah.
So my biggest brain block right now is how to represent 2.0. Because I don't like what I've come up with for Twintania. I didn't hate the bite in her middle, but, like, it's comedically small. So I guess I could... Where am I? Version 3. Maybe we could redo the bite, but, like, as if she was picked up horizontally. So, like, the beak shape would be, like...
Big.
Like that. And she'd have... like, a couple of punctures on her backside.
Oh. Because we looked at Titania's beak, and there's, like, a gap in it. So is there, like, a point where she would sit in it, but kind of, like, get cut in by the not
yeah, maybe.
gap areas?
I don't have that picture anymore.
Oh.
But is that too, like, prominent? I don't like the look of that just zoomed out like this. I think the issue is looking like stripes. So when I have, like, a horizontal slash that completely covers an area, or a vertical slash that is following a limb, it just looks like she's wearing, like, pinstripe pants or something, you know, rather than having a wound. So I think I need to avoid following, like, edges that way. So how would I do? I guess maybe the tip of the beak could be, like, here. And then just, like, one puncture mark from the lower jaw on her backside. Or maybe I could get away with, like, this. That's still too small, though. Like, that's way... Where's the Twintania picture again? That. I guess not necessarily. I could do, like, one... What am I looking at here? Can I copy that image directly from here and then paste it? Oh, I can. I fucking love this new program. So she's got this little hooky, and that could get you. And then what am I looking at here? I think that's a triangle. So she has one in the center, and then one on either side of her jaw, right? I think that's what I'm looking at there. So yeah, I guess it would just be like a triangle shape from the beak puncture, and then, like, one puncture from that. So it would be like... But also, puncture wounds don't give you circular scars. They give you, like, X-shaped scars.
Mm-hmm.
So the beak is curved, and conveniently, the thing that I looked up for reference of that was people who own like parrots and like cockatiels get bit, and those bites split at the end. So like, if there was a beak cut, like, I can't get it to taper in a way that I like. That's good enough, I guess. It'd be like that, but then also that little hooky at the end. It would end up giving you something like that. And then the one puncture on her backside, like that. Oops. It's so chunky. The nibbliest of nibbles.
I doodled this. I'm putting this in stream chat. Consider.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a big old
she got a free
bite.
navel piercing. I want to show. This is so this is Sun's idea.
She looks like I tried to make her out of like cookie dough.
I love the single tear and the stance, like as if that's the whole thing. Like Twintania just went like and then just like left her there, and she was like
didn't dodge the AoE fast enough.
So what does it look like if I put her like clothes on? I don't know. So the escape of this conundrum would just be Twintania bit her ear off. And then I don't have to think about it anymore, right? That's the wound that she got from Twintania. She's been missing an ear since ARR.
Oh wait, I got another genius idea, but I'm gonna use the same template that I did for the first one. Copy this.
I definitely want to wound her tail. So why don't we just do that? So I can work around that. That would be these layers. You know what I could do? If we took this and we gave it a bit of texture. Like what Susanoo did to her. What is this layer? That's the Twintania bite. I don't like it. Kill it.
Ooh.
that could be... how am I gonna cut that out? There. That selection, yeah. We invert that. We go back here. If we texture that wound on her ear, we could say that her ear was like burnt off.
Crisp.
And that could be Twin Tanya's fault. But her ear is black, and that makes it difficult to communicate that. But I guess it could just
Maybe
be an overlay, so why don't we just use this color? And
could you make maybe like the black fur like grayed out towards the edge, maybe?
Yeah, well, there just wouldn't be fur because it's a burn scar, right? So, oh shit, how can I do this? Select that,
fleshy, maybe,
and then deselect.
Oh, Astrofel stole my art. He's using my drawing as a template.
How do I?
That's a very good one.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Actually, that's a really good one. Yeah, you should definitely add that scar to a mirror.
You spin it 90 degrees just to make it harder to identify.
Yeah.
Fuck. I can't figure out what's the keybind for this? Make a selection. What are you trying to do? Remove from a selection. It's not shift control, that's add. I thought it was like alt? I thought it was alt. Is it alt control? It's alt control. I was holding shift the whole time. All right. So, give me the selection of her body and then deselect her hair from that. There we go. And now we deselect everything else. There. Now we just have her ear. And we go to where I was drawing that scar, which is right here. We mask that. There we go. Now I don't have to keep on erasing from it every time I want to change the shape. There. Then we take her lines and we put that above that and clip that. There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. She could have a burnt off ear. How come I can't paint? Oh, right. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Body? Yes. Okay. Then we deselect. Pain. Pain. All right, I can fix that very jankily. What? Ah. Correct. Doesn't need to be perfect. Doesn't need to be perfect. Doesn't need to be perfect. It's my new mantra.
Doesn't need to be perfect.
Okay. There we go. Now we have a functioning mask that hits both of her ears. And now we can delete that green nonsense. And hit her other ear with the burn. So if we did that, actually, why don't we go into version 2, and we're gonna save this ear cut. And we're gonna do that again. If her ear were burned off, it wouldn't be so jaggy, right?
I would say it depends on how it healed.
So I think it would be more like that than really jaggedy, like how I had it. So we go, where are we? I have too many layers.
Maybe.
Oh, the layer mask doesn't work anymore. I'm so stuck. What were you gonna say?
I was curious to see if there was reference of like, oh, like maybe cats that were like in fires that had
Oh,
scarring
yeah.
and stuff like that. There was a very unfortunately, I'm looking at a news article of one that was rescued from very mean teenagers who tried to burn the cat.
Oh no.
But it looks like she was okay afterwards. But the ears are actually scarred over, and they're like rounded out, but they are like squiggly, kind of. But the tips of them are rounded, if that makes sense.
Can you show me?
Yeah, I'll put it into the stream chat with a little sensor.
Oh, poor kitty. Yeah, okay. Wait, where's this coming from now? Oh, right. God damn. I tried to restructure like this whole document to make it easier to like iterate on without jumping around layers so much, but I failed. It's still a pain in the ass.
All the possibilities.
Okay. A pan roasted mushroom? Yeah, a little bit like that. Fuck, where am I now? Here. I don't know how I feel about that. It's a thought.
Thinking.
I'm leaning toward the idea of making the ear Twintanyo's fault, though, just so that it it frees me from that obligation.
It is a major part of the silhouette. Also, in lighter news, take a picture of this cat that got stung by a bee.
Oh. My cat got stung by a bee.
Like, what a location.
I want to do the like. I want to do the like. Just make it like really exaggerated.
No.
He got stung by a bee.
Right on the snoot.
My Shayla. I forgot about that. Forgot about that. Oh, yeah, you posted some other ones. Yeah, what do you get?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Consider.
We got one
Very
from
subtle.
We got one from Astrofel. Why is that a different
I
resolution?
like Astrophils. I don't know. Mine's only at like 300 by something.
There you go. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we don't need this anymore.
I just like it when things like subtly but also very overtly have like Roman numerals in like their like scars or like accessories and stuff like that. Or like in Final Fantasy XIV's case, they had the summer like tokusatsu outfit that just has XIV on the suit.
Oh, does it? I didn't notice that.
Oh, it does. Yeah, wait.
I know the outfit. I just never noticed the
What is it, like Phoenix? Once I realized it, I'm like, I can't unsee it anymore. Yeah. So if you look at it, starting from the helmet is a big X on the chest, a big I, and then pointing towards the belt, a nice V.
Oh yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's like it's
X
that
I. Right under the eye is actually the V, but yeah, anywhere else motif wise.
yeah. I never
14.
noticed. Fucking.
It looks like abs.
It
The
does.
last one looks like abs.
All right. Yeah, so I'm just gonna. Well, fuck. You're right. It is a major part of the silhouette. So should that be a major wound? Because it is influential. Because Twintanya is like near the bottom as far as like things that I care about, right? Like having on her. So should she have lost scorch ear, mask?
Who else do we have on this list? We still have
Elidibus and Xenos. So we could instead have I don't think Xenos would be aiming for your ear. I mean, I guess he'd be aiming for your head, but I feel like one of those judgment cuts could be blamed for just like, and especially because of how they look. But does this look appealing is the question. They look like this. It's just 1,000 straight lines, right? So what if... I mean, it would certainly be easier to draw, but what if middle mirror? If she just lost her ear? Like... right?
Clean.
It looks kind of stupid, though. I don't like it. So maybe a little bit more...
Depending on the angle of it, yeah, it wouldn't be like a clean silhouette. It would be like one ear side might be peeking out more than the other.
Oh, wait, how... I need to start up here. Ear clean, let's call it. And we want her like inner ear color. And that would be being blended out with her hair color.
Okay.
That's too much. I'm trying to make it look like the inside of her ear. So it'd be like... That's fairly close enough.
When you zoom out, it'll be fine.
And then the cut would be here. Yeah. That's a little better.
You could do maybe like the opposite, where instead of the black being like the lower, you could have it stick out so it has like a jagged silhouette still, but implies like a straight cut. If you know what I mean.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. But then, so if that were attributed to Elidibus or Xenos, that cut kind of works for either of them. What would Twintania do then? We're back to that problem.
Back to Twintania. Did we figure out what was up with the Amira's tail yet?
Mm-mm. That could be Twintania or Elidibus. It wouldn't be Xenos. All of Xenos' cuts are from the front. Like you're face to face with him and he's trying to kill you. So he's not going for her tail.
Is she bald under the wraps? Is her tail bald under the
I don't know. I added the wraps because I liked how it broke up the big white shape. I have no explanation for what's under that. Like
unknown. My headcanon is she's bald under there.
So I guess that's an idea. Do I have that set up in a way that's easy to hide? I do. Oh. Look at me. I'm so smart. Does that get me? It does. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Optimized.
Hypothesis.
Oh.
What if her tail? Why is that? Oh, god damn it. Because I masked it out up there. I'm a fool. I'll just put it up here for now. What if her tail were burned?
Huh. And just the tip grew back.
Yeah, or end it.
Like, I would actually very much see the possibility that the thicker fur at the tip could have protected the skin there.
Yeah, maybe. Got a toasty tail?
I'm sorry. I just found a very interesting series of images.
Oh my god. That is a what
this is us with a mirror right now.
Why does he have such sensual eyes?
I love Wiki images. It's like a very human face. It looks like the Yarinaika meme. Oh, this is great. Oh.
Who draws for these articles? Like...
God, I wish that were me.
Twintania's just bags under her eyes from rating stress. That's not incorrect. That was the more stressful raid. So I high-end raided 2 times in Final Fantasy. I was in the guild that technically got world first on Twintania. We weren't the first ones to kill her, but like something about something group the first group did got them like disqualified from the time. So our guild was the next one down to kill Twintania for the first time, Binding Coil 5. that was very stressful. There were a lot of very fun people, but also a handful of very not fun people to play video games with in that group. So I went through that, and then I stopped, and I stopped playing Final Fantasy for like a good while. I don't believe I started playing Final Fantasy again until Stormblood was out. Like, I'm pretty sure I skipped Heavensward until Stormblood was either right about to come out or had come out already. No, I remember Rauban EX. So I was there when Stormblood was new.
Oh.
Rauban EX,
I've
for
heard
those
stories.
that don't know, is there's a particular point at the very beginning of Stormblood's MSQ where you have to go to like the Shroud and talk to Rauban, because that's like the road to Girabanya. So it's a critical NPC that you need to talk to, and he's out in the world, and everyone who's playing the game needed to talk to him. So it was like breaking the instance because of how many people were there. And if you had too many people crowding him, it was impossible to target him, because this was before they implemented the function of like clicking through people, or and certainly long before they had the hide people near NPCs option that only just came out with Dawn Trail.
Yeah.
So the players, one of the great community moments of Final Fantasy XIV, the players formed a line to like take turns talking to Rauban, but the game was so unstable because of how many people were playing it. There was a decent chance that you would DC or your game would crash like mid cutscene. So it was a fight to get through the dialogue of talking to Rauban so that you could start the MSQ, and everyone called it Rauban EX. You know, like that's the main, the first main trial of Stormblood was to just get through the first cutscene from Rauban in the Shroud. Yeah, so I must have started playing again. I must have started playing again like just before Stormblood came out, so I had time to get through Heavensward, because I definitely didn't play it like as it was happening. Like I wasn't doing the patches as they came out for Heavensward. I did it all at once in like a couple of days. Why did I bring that up? Oh yeah. So I raided in 2.0, and then I took a big break, and I came back for Stormblood, and I joined a couple of those people from that guild to try and raid again. And we raided the first tier of Omega, and it wasn't as bad. It was with a different group of people, so we didn't have the like really super toxic guy in our group anymore. But it was still stressful, and it was still like a job, you know. Like, so it wasn't nearly as bad as the first time, but it was still like I had to stop, and I was like, I don't think I want to do this. I don't think I'm having fun. I don't think I want to do this anymore. And I stopped raiding in Stormblood, and now I do still raid, but because they do it differently now, where they kind of separated the difficulties, where like normal mode raids are doable by basically everybody. And then the savage raids are where the sweaty toxic people go to live, you know. So I don't savage raid, but I do still normal raid now, even though that's what originally like turned me off. The game isn't that difficult anymore, and I'm thankful because the raids are fun. I really like Arcadian.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how I feel about our Tailburn.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be different colors.
It can be whatever color because this is a magical fire burn. Really.
Well, it's more normal ass fire. It's dragon fire. It's orange. It's not like purple or or any.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's the
but
most
like,
normal
how does it
fire
heal?
that we get. Yeah,
How did it get healed by? Did we just pour a bunch of potions onto it till it got better?
Did I do it in the? Where the fuck did I do? There. What if we underlay this with her skin tone? Oops.
Bald.
Why don't we cut the dark fur out of that? Underlay that with her skin tone. And then the burn is her, like, dark skin tone color. I do not like that. Consider something else entirely. What if we use... I have a brush somewhere. There we go. About like that. That looks more like a burn scar, but I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it. What if she just had a hairless section of her tail? No, because then the contrast between her legs and her tail is fucked again.
I mean, it could look like that, and we just cover it back up with the bandages.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a bit of a cop-out, but I could say, like, in the same caliber of me just saying, like, yeah, Twintania did her ear. Yeah, what's under the bandages? A burn from Twintania. That's what happened. It's so hard. My brain hurty. I don't like it.
Character creation.
AI, design my character for me.
Oh, no, look. WikiHow shows us how to create a fictional character from scratch. Look at the corner. It is how to create a fictional character from scratch.
All has become clear.
What's the context for that? I'm trying to think creatively. That's the caption for that image. Think creatively.
Think creatively. Put a swordfish in a glacier.
Creative.
What if this is what got the Titanic?
Oh. In Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, a marlin is one of the main characters.
Okay.
That's it. That's the reason for the marlin.
Just rotate the apple in your mind, yeah. You know, actually, I think I just convinced myself that I can live with that. maybe we make this cut in her tail a little bit bigger so that it more accurately reflects the size of Twintania's claws. But a huge amount of Twintania's fight is running in circles, trying not to get hit. So
yeah,
her tail got hit, right? She didn't move fast enough, right?
The snapshot.
Her tail could be burned, her tail could be cut. I don't mind that, actually. I think I just convinced myself to like it. Maybe we make this tail cut a little bigger. Hello? There we go.
We're doing it. We're rotating the apple in our mind.
Yeah. Rotating the apple so goddamn hard. It's starting to jitter like physics glitching because it's spinning too fast.
The frame rate's lowering. My brain's GPU is lagging now.
So Twintania is quite large. So her slash should be somewhere like that, maybe. Big old gash. There we go. I made a tangent with her leg. Right. Why is it? Oh, god damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I know I can fix it. I can fix it like this. There we go. So how you doing, son? What do you what have you been up to?
Well, I was trying to lock into something silly that I'm making now, but then I remember that Fortnite has the King of the Hill update, so I wanted to see what was in the shop.
King of the Hill?
Yeah. They have a collab with King of the Hill. I don't know what it entails. I'm finding out. But I'm planning on making something a little silly right now.
Oh.
Execution questionable. Concept though immaculate. Hold on, let me take a screenshot. Still working on it. Still in progress. But tell me if you know what this is. Just by
I have no idea.
Okay.
Is it one of those little
toy
water-filled machines that you're supposed to like pump it to like get the rings onto the posts?
Kind of similar concept. There used to be a toy called Aqua Pets, where it was like a little creature inside this water-filled capsule, and like you press buttons and interact with it, and it wiggles around in there. And they're recently making a new version of it. So I was thinking it would be funny especially with the new VTube Studio update where you can change layers. If you could put your chat mascot, if you had one, into this machine and make them wiggle around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to rig this once I make it look good. I used to have an aqua pet, and when I refound it, like years later, half the water was gone. It was so musty inside.
Oh no.
Don't put me in the aqua pet capsule. I can't swim. I can swim a little bit. I can do the dead man float.
Damn it, Bobby. I knew we should have gone to Twisted Towers. That was bad.
Yeah. King of the Hill. Yeah, it's for the. I don't know if it's because of the reboot.
Yeah. I would assume so.
It's like timely, so probably. I just think it's very funny how you could be anything in Fortnite. That's the ultimate collab, really.
Uh-huh.
I tell you what.
I hope they add a power up, you know, like how they do the special power weapons sometimes. Like the My Hero Academia stuff, or
Yeah.
Thanos Gauntlet or whatever. I hope they add a power up that turns you into the big buff propane tank throwing version of Hank from that one episode where they make him a video game character.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'll just have to see. I like playing Fortnite, but it's always like, it's never when other people are playing it.
Right.
But I don't know if they'll have that, because I think right now the collab is Star Wars, and I think you can fly a ship in like
Yeah.
first person shooter right now. Which I guess that is Fortnite all the time, but you can shoot from the ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know.
All right. So let's just say Twin Tanya caused the tail injuries. So that means Elidibus could have caused the ear injury, which puts more visual weight on a thing that I care more about. So I like that. Which means we need some more slashes from Elidibus and Xenos. So now I guess I'm just free to put cuts wherever. So let's catch us up here. Copy this. All right, so in order. The tail is no longer attributed to Elidibus. So, oh, and I forgot her little other ear. Turn on the middle symmetry. And we just give her a little... No, just deal with this. A little... Merp. Merp.
Merp.
Alright, so Susanoo fucked up her left arm. And I guess I can say that little nick is from the same area. A little bit of extra lore. She's unable to comfortably use two-handed weapons because of that. Until later on, which allows her to use Bravura Atma because plot reasons. 5.x, the next one down, is Elidibus, so we say right ear, and then we'll do some body cuts, and then Ardbert gave her the handprint, and we'll note here Bravura Atma. Xenos, fist fight, and also I said Zeos. Whoops.
Zeos.
Targeted vitals. Xenos. Titania, Lots of running, dodging. Caught her tail. Caught her tail. Burns under bandage. Cut and burns under bandage. Why did I say 4? Oh, right.
4.
Arm scar locally healed accidentally by Ardbert. Okay. And then 3.0 Estinian stab. I might move that, so I'll just say that it exists. I'm not gonna notate where it is.
Pending.
Estinian parentheses Nidhogg. All right. I also like that. Yeah, I'm convincing myself more and more. The wounds on her backside from Twintania, because I wasn't a tank in that raid, so I wasn't taking shit to the face. You know, I was running and actively trying to dodge flame pools that get placed on you randomly, and running around in circles to try and not get punted out of the arena. I notated that up here. I was a monk in 2.0. That's what I rated Binding Coils with.
Ooh.
And then I later switched to Black Mage, and I hated every living second of it. But I rated Binding Coil as Black Mage for a little bit. But I think I'm just going to leave that part out because it's not a pleasant memory, and I don't really associate Amira as a caster. Not an intellectual type. Not that she's stupid, but she's martial, not magical in my head. Yes, I rated Monk in Binding Coil, and then when I came back for Stormblood, I actually intended to be a samurai, but then I hooked back up with those people, and we were going to raid, and it was like 3 days before we were going to raid that one of our tanks quit, and I was the only one with like at least a partially leveled tank. So they were like, here's the deal, if you take that spot, we will craft you all of the best gear in the game and give it to you for free.
Ooh.
so because you know they were
bribe.
They were like hardcore like no life type players, you know, that they had like everything capped at all points and had all the rare materials and everything, so they were gonna give me like a couple million gil worth of shit for free to just gear out my tank immediately if I was willing to take the Dark Knight spot. So I was like, okay, I guess I guess I'll do that. Okay. So that we can raid when we planned to raid. So then I just power boosted my Dark Knight up like 20 levels or so over the course of those couple of days, and then went right into raiding Omega. And then I quit after Stormblood, and I didn't come back for a good while. I quit before Stormblood was over, so like, but before the like raid tiers were done coming out, you know, and all the post patches were done coming out, and then I didn't come back until a good way. I believe what was on the launcher when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV again was was Terra's face. So like the first patch where you see her, not like in her armor that you fight her in the raid, like she's there, she's a person. Like I'm pretty sure that was the patch. So whatever number that was, 5 point something, that's when I came back to Final Fantasy, and I've been playing fairly actively ever since then. But so I mained Dark Knight for the major part of Stormblood, where we were raiding seriously, and I liked it because apparently at that moment in Final Fantasy history, Dark Knight was stealing Warrior's job, because Dark Knight was the one that was really good at self-healing, only in Stormblood.
Oh, okay.
And then they said like, that's a mistake, that's supposed to be Warrior's thing, and they took like almost all of the self-healing away from Dark Knight. So when I came back, I was like, I'm gonna play Dark Knight, and they were like, guess what, everything you like about that exists inside of Warrior now. So I was like,
just kidding.
Okay. So I had to go back and level Warrior from 1 to 70 so that I could go through Shadowbringers as the Warrior instead. So that's what I did through all of Shadowbringers. I was a Warrior. And Shadowbringers Plus, because I hadn't touched Warrior yet. So I had to first, you know, get Warrior all the way up, and then go through Shadowbringers as the Warrior. So Amira is still kind of a Warrior in my head, because that's like the most development that she went through. Like that's what she was for the most of her development, and the most influential like lore section of the game to me, Shadowbringers. So I still kind of picture her as a Warrior, even though I don't play Warrior anymore because I find it boring. It's very strong, it's very effective.
Oh yeah.
But I kind of don't like that you only have like 2 combos and then I don't need a healer for 30 seconds rotation. And your like big damage combo is just pressing the same button 6 times in a row. Where I don't even remember what the move is called. You know, the like the funny Beyblade move where you like do an axe cut and it makes like a saw blade appear. You know?
Oh yeah, big spin.
You just do that move like 6 times in a row. That's your like big burst damage rotation. So I find Warrior quite uninteresting. Fellcleave, that's the one.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Actually, I think it's called something else, but it evolves from Fellcleave. I'm pretty sure it's called something else when you're in like Berserk mode. It turns into like a different move. It might be the other way around though. Fellcleave might evolve from something else whose name I don't remember. But yeah, whatever. You just you just hit Fellcleave 6 times, because you get like a damage buff that gives you a bunch of charges for free, and then you have your rage bar built under that. So you expend all of the charges, and then you expend all of your rage buff, and it's just on that one move.
Okay.
So if they turned that into a combo, like what Gunbreaker has, that would go a long way to making Warrior more entertaining, I feel. But anyway, I don't actively play Warrior anymore, although I do actively main Gunbreaker, so that means all I need to do to play Warrior is get an axe, right? Because all of the gear is the same, and all of the melds are the same, so I could just get an axe and play Warrior if I wanted to. Anywho, I'm not doing a lot of drawing today.
Art.
My brain is empty. It must register my my M's as frowns. So I'm looking at myself, and I go, mystery machine, and it moves my ears. It moves my ears.
That's funny.
That's fine. Right, so I guess I just make cuts now. So which ones are completely clear? Let me notate here. Four is done. Elidibus is not done. Xenos is not done. Titania is done. Estinian is done. Yeah, so we just need some cuts. We need messy, jaggedy cuts from Xenos along our front side, and various like straight cuts from Elidibus. And those can go anywhere because the attack looks like this. Yes. All right. So we go down here. Yeah, that's Twintania. We move that down. We mark that green because it is finished. Xenos is not finished, so that is not green. We're going to move that up because we're working on it. Susanoo did that. We have Ardbert, Estinian, Twintania, Xenos, and we need a folder for Elidibus. There we go. We're not doing that ear stuff. Just delete it. Okay. All right. Okay. I am ready to draw. Here I go. Lots of lore, concept talking, and deciding on details. Yeah, that's the mood for today. To come back to 14, I'm considering picking up Paladin and trying to tank. Only been DPS from what I played. Yeah.
Yeah.
Paladin's the like never fail, right? I don't think they're particularly interesting, but the Paladin has like never been in a bad place. You know, like that they're the default tank. They're capable. They do the thing. I also really like. I don't personally vibe with the holy aesthetic, and I don't think Amira vibes with the holy aesthetic, but I have considered, especially given her lore and like how I've been writing her, you can do a cool little deal where there are cosmetic items that you can get in the game called Emperor's New ... and it's, you know, a joke on that. What is that story? Is that like a Shakespearean story? It's some nursery rhyme. It's some poem. The Emperor's
it's
Clothes.
Like a fairy tale, I'd say.
The deal where he's like, my robes are not good enough. So like some smartass says like, but only those of the finest eye for taste can even perceive the robes, and they just trick him into walking around naked.
Is it a Hans Christian Andersen?
It might be. I don't know. But anyway, so it's a joke on that there are cosmetic items that you can put on that just hide the thing. So you can do that for like any piece of armor. But there is one specifically for your shield, because Paladin is the only class in the game that uses an offhand. So you can get an Emperor's New shield, and therefore your Paladin just doesn't have a shield. So they like just wield their one-handed sword and like block with their armored arm, and I think that's a cool aesthetic. It's a fun thing you can do as Paladin.
And don't fall for the scam. You can buy it from an NPC from very cheap.
Yeah.
Don't buy it off the market
Don't buy it
board where
from
it's
the
being
market board.
upsold.
Yeah.
But it's a very profitable exploit if you do.
Yeah. Just that
I'm
in
not gonna
general, the
Yeah.
premise of buying things from NPCs and then just selling them on the market board to people who don't know better.
Yeah. Which I guess is like more for convenience of like I don't know where this NPC is. I guess I'll just buy it off the market board, but like
Right.
the amount of times where like I'll do it because if people want to spend that money, they can. But I'll be like, I'll buy this 1,000 gil Emperor's New something and sell it for 20,000 gil,
Yeah.
and it sells. It's crazy.
There we go. All right, we're set up. So now, do the cuts. Hmm. What if I just simply used a different brush? What if I used this jaggedy brush and redid that
Ooh.
scar? Oh. You are set to multiply by default?
Huh?
You sure
Interesting.
are. Can you not?
Can you not?
Cease. Turn the aliasing down a little bit too. Anything else I want to do in here? It's a ribbon brush. You don't have a tool brush. Okay, good. Yeah.
You got a little scar in her hair.
Yeah. I could maybe get away with that if I just did all of Xenos's cuts this way to differentiate them from the Elidibus cuts. That they're much more gnarly. Yeah, I like your idea. So what if Estinian fell on her leg? Because I'm picturing that one move that he does where he goes up in the air and he like dives at the floor like spear first, and he like spawns those like purple rings that he goes through. What if she was like standing active, you know, like battle stance, and he just like lands right on her thigh? That would be a spot for a stab. Went right through her leg.
Skewered.
And then I'm stealing your idea, or one of these Xenos cuts was aiming to disarm her. That's a fun idea.
Unarmed.
Test of your reflexes.
A test of your reflexes.
I don't like this thing that it's doing.
I do like Xenos hypothetically as a character who you think is like very like one track minded, and is like, oh, his only thing is really to attack the warrior flight, which is you. But he's like a very calculating person, so I feel like you wouldn't expect him to like go for more subtle hits to sort of knock you down before he goes in for the big one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. All right, I'm just gonna say, especially because they move you, I'm gonna ignore the up and down hits that he does. Because I don't really know how that works, because a scythe isn't like a blunt. Like, why does an upward slash from a scythe stick you in the air? And then a particular downward slash from a scythe like crash you into the floor. So I'm gonna ignore the up and down cuts. So that leaves us with 2 diagonals and a horizontal. So there's our 2 diagonals. Well, I guess that could be a horizontal. So maybe one like just near center of mass, either like a horizontal cut. Oh right, which side does it come from? It's that way. I have it in here. I fixed it so I don't have to think about it. Where is it?
Our left or her left? His left?
What layer did I put that on? There they are. We'll get these out.
Oh.
Put that next to Xenos. That's Xenos's input list. So if we ignore, I guess he does an upward hit that doesn't move you, so I'll ignore the movement ones. So I've done this one, and I've done this one. So we have a that way slice and an upward slice that we can put on her. There we go. So yeah, maybe right across, like that's the horizontal one, right across her midriff, like that. And it's toward the front, so I like this, but a little bit less prominent in the back. And then an upward cut. I guess maybe her leg? I don't hate that. How does that look with clothes on? Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Not bad, yeah.
It still shows a little bit on her back. It gave us that one where her arm was almost severed. We get a little bit more filling there, because that was another problem with like the dragon slash, is like you'd never see it because the majority of it is always under her underpants, right? So like that added nothing to the character design most of the time, right? So I like moving Estinian's mark down because that shows on her backside as well. Okay, so if that's all of Estinian Xenos's cuts, then we have Elidibus's cuts, which can just fill space wherever I feel like she needs. So how about like there? Or maybe more like that. Back of the leg. Oop. This isn't tapering how I want it to. How do I make it do that?
I don't mess with this menu too much, so I couldn't tell you the optimal way.
That's a little better. There we go. In fact, I don't think any of these will be on her tail, so why don't I just mask... mask that. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it. Right? Yes. Cool. Okay.
Magic.
She needs something on her shins. Maybe on, like, the back of her calf. Maybe one of these little crisscross ones. Is that good? I think that might be good. Be enough.
Yeah.
For her to look adequately jacked up and represent everything that I want to represent.
I like this. It's like nice and evenly spaced, but doesn't look evenly spaced out.
Yeah,
nice
that's been the real
variety.
challenge. Is I want it to be visually appealing. I want it to represent everything that I want it to represent. I want it to be full, but not too noisy. You know, like I'm trying to drag like a whole bunch of these bars around to get it like exactly where I want it to be. I really like that shoulder one. I think that's a good that's a good one. It looks grievous, you know.
Yeah, and I think also the nice thing is that the design is in a way that if you needed to simplify them down, like if you're just doodling her, I think it'd be easy enough to go like line.
Right. Yeah, that's the other thing
here.
too, is I want it to be not like impossible to do every time I want to draw her, you know. Yeah.
And now we play Gartic Phone and make you draw this like 50 times over in a 10-second
that's actually
span.
the goal. I hope to like feel finished with this by the end of today, so that next week I've gathered like a few of those websites that you can go to do like gesture drawing like exercises. I want to start doing like actual like work, you know, like practice exercise work to force me to get faster and to improve. Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I went back to or actually wait, that was Astroma's comment, not your comment. But Astroma, if you're in the chat, I went back and I deliberately placed her freckles rather than using a brush to do them, so that she has like a fixed number of them, so to reduce the clutter and get the kind of distribution that I wanted. It's like she used to look like this, right? I had fixed the brush to like get closer to the distribution that I liked, but it still ended up pretty cluttered, especially on her legs, you know, you can see. So I went back and I just clicked like with my pencil, just you know, so 3 on each cheek, 3 on her shoulder, 3 on her chest, 3 on each thigh, you know, just 3 everywhere, so that it's easy to keep track of and get it the same every time. And I think I had been drawing her cat nose like that, but I think I can use the scar to communicate like that.
The bridge.
That bridge depth there. So that simplifies that a little bit. Yeah, I like that. Yep. I think these should be a tad bit bigger, more chunky shape. And her lip. I'm excited to try and draw her face again now that I've done this to her.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like the lip
Mhm.
scar will be fun to, like... It's kind of an asymmetrical replacement for the... whatever you call this bit. Right?
Philtrum.
Philtrum. That sounds right.
I think that's right.
So I think it will lend itself to, like, showing a little bit more depth of her face, like, based on how her lips are postured, because she has that highlight scar on her face now. Yeah. I'm pretty pleased with that.
Yay! Look at her.
There she is. The car. And then I guess let's add just a little bit more detail just for the sake of... because I think it'll look nice. Right. We do that. We do this. We do this. We do that. Layer structure. Fists and vitals. And this is the old one. There we go. So that's everything that Xenos did. And this is everything that Elidibus did. And we mark Xenos and Elidibus as done. Yeah. So we go back. Who did what? This would be Susanoo. We take her flesh color and we just do like a little... where's my body folder? There. We just do a little bit of... Mother. I'm gonna morb.
Oh, I'm being tempted away by a treat. I'll be right back.
Some pleasant scent cloud with a fingertip is floating sun off screen. Tempting aroma of apple pie cooling on a windowsill. Elidibus did this. Yeah, just a little bit of sprucing. A little bit of sprucing up. She's aware that hurting an area that's already been hurt would suck, so she tried to move around enough to not get shot. Is that like a really old chat message? I'm sorry. Did I did I not see the chat move. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Yeah, okay. So that way everything is grouped to shit that Elidibus did. Yeah. There's not really a good way for me to have her ear come back when I toggle that. We're not going to bother with that. This is everything that Xenos did. Yeah. Twintanya is also responsible for the tail bandage, but again, I don't want to fuck with the layer structure. That's Astinian. That's Ardbert. That's Susanoo. Cool. You had connection issues on your end? Maybe, or I might have just missed chat. Sorry.
I returned.
Oh. I imagined your funky little thing just like your paws leaving the floor and just floating off to the left as you're tempted by the beckoning fingertip of a aroma cloud. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I came back with a little slice of cake.
Oh.
I'd recommend it. Treat yourself to some cake right now.
Yeah. You should cake yourself now.
Go cake yourself. This thing is frozen, but it's so tasty.
All right. Is that documented? Susanoo, left arm and ear, nick. Yep. Cuts from Elidibus, right ear. Let's reword this. Yeah. Elidibus LB4. Many cuts and her right ear. And then Ardbert accidentally healed Susanoo wound. What the hell did that used to say?
Oh.
Locally healed accidentally by Ardbert. Ardbert accidentally healed Susanoo wound. And then enabled her to use Bravura. Xenos targeted vitals. Messy cuts. Twintanya, not Titania.
That's a different one.
Lots of running, dodging, caught her tail, yeah, cut and burns under bandage. And Astinian stab. Stab through leg. I have not attributed her eyebrow scar. And I apparently I learned the other day from an authority on the topic that apparently it is similar to like piercing your ear in a certain way. It's a bisexual thing to deliberately shave a cut into your eyebrow. Apparently, I have been told.
She's also not allowed to have a cupcake.
Huh?
It's some kind of meme, and I don't know where it came from, but it's like, who says you can't have an eyebrow slit and have a cupcake or something like that? And people are like, no one's saying that. Who's saying that?
I guess if it was anyone, it would be either Xenos or a Little Abyss.
Mm. Do you have to do that now? Astrofel, just shave your eyebrows off.
Stop cutting your hair and shave your eyebrows off. You have to go full Super Saiyan 3. It's the true form of the bisexual.
Oh my god. I do have like this gap in my eyebrow where it just doesn't grow in. I didn't shave it or anything like that. It's just like on the arch of my brow. It's just like a little natural slit there. I'm like,
I have.
I don't know what to do with this.
Mine doesn't have a piece missing, but for whatever reason, mine has a bit of hair that just grows wrong. So like it doesn't always happen, but like it finds its way there, and I occasionally notice it in a mirror, and I like, you know, have to like touch it to make it go back down. But sometimes my eyebrow just does like that. Like I have this part of my eyebrow it just goes up.
Oh.
So I end up with this weird little like tuft on one of my eyebrows.
Gotta glue stick them down.
Yeah.
Drag style, you know, just glue them down.
You have an eyebrow spike floof? What implication does that have on our sexuality?
What does that entail?
Yeah, I think she's done. Or at least her body is done. Now I have to figure out her fucking clothes.
You have options, though. You have so many options.
I sure do. Pansexual? I'm the opposite of that.
Oh.
Yeah, outfits. Barbie doll jump scare. So yeah, I keep on coming back to this one. Oh wait, she can keep that. There we go. I like the shapes on this one. I think that's a good like balance of detail and like fun shapes. That she just has the one
like the
like
color
belt
blocking,
and the fact that the seam is like starkly different color.
That's those 2 dye channels right there.
Yeah. There are pants kind of similar to this, and there's a top kind of similar to this. The top is not wearable by tanks, but you know, I think I have to just not follow the rules of clothes for Final Fantasy because I don't like a lot of glams in Final Fantasy. Well, I don't like a lot of glam sets in Final Fantasy. I would be so much more of a happier camper if they didn't lock armor type in your glamours. You know, like only casters are allowed to have that on them. I would make so many more outfits that I was much more satisfied with, but like I can't find shit for my tanks. Like I like so little of what tanks have available, so it just boils down to my tanks having glams that are built of like Mog Shop items, because you know, because like I don't have like sets of actual gear that I can pull from because I don't like any of them.
Yeah, I'm not, because Gunbreaker is my one tank main that I have leveled up, and I'll admit I don't like the at level gear sets that they have for them. Too many bullet holsters.
They're artifact gear. Yeah.
They're very cool. They're for someone. They're not for me.
Yeah. You have a more subtle sign of your pansexuality? Yeah, what's that? But yeah, and then I did a bunch of renditions of clothes that I actually wear in game, and I do like them. But goddamn, I don't want to draw that repeatedly. So
What if we take away some of the belts? Because I do really like the shapes on
I
that
quite
one.
like this one too. I also kind of like the drama of her wearing clothes that almost completely cover all of her scars. So it would be like revealing, you know, like if her clothing got damaged or she changed outfits, and you can like see more, and you're like, ah, what's the story there? You know, more
Yeah.
drama to her being more covered. This one, I'm kind of falling out of love with that one. Oh, and that earring doesn't work anymore.
Oh,
There we go.
tore right out of there.
Yeah,
I do
this
still like the
is
top for this one.
yeah,
but...
that's the coat that I pulled from to make like these shapes. But it's the Diadoches jacket, but specifically the striking Diadoches jacket. No other job class looks like that. The healers get like cottagecore casual wear, and the tanks. I don't even remember what the Diadoches tank gear looks like. You look that up. Diadoches tank.
Oh, this set.
Gear.
Okay.
It's also what Yana, is her name Yana? Black Cat. It's what Black Cat wears.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Diadoches jacket of fending. Yeah, there you go. This is...
Oh, right, that's right, because the same, the healing set is what Honeybee Lovely wears.
Right, yeah, so Honeybee Lovely wears that. That's the healing set. That's the fending. Can I... Yeah. So fending and maiming share, right? So that it's nice, but that's not what I'm after, you know?
And I was so sad because
so
I was trying to get
here.
a glam for I was getting a glam for the Arcadian, and I wanted to get the top. I'm like, it's only for healing. I'm not gonna go into those raids as a healer.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to. If it's raid gear, you just earn the tokens, and you can buy whatever gear you want.
Oh, I mean, no. I mean, like, I wanted to get it as glamour to wear. I wanted to cosplay as Honeybee Lovely during her fight.
See. Right, yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, so striking and scouting share, and that's the one that I actually like. So that's what I drew her in, just because I liked it. But the fending is not my style. I guess aiming also looks like fending in this particular set.
I guess so, yeah. What's the difference? Wait.
Healer and casters are the same. They wear the like cardigan.
You know what? It is the same as the fending. Hold on.
And then maiming is as well.
Also, purple.
Yeah.
I like
so I really like
the
poofy crop top jacket look. I think that's fun shapes. But there's nothing that is shaped like that that's usable by everybody. At least not that I've found. But I've
been left in suspense on Scath's comment on.
Oh yeah,
his more subtle sign. Is it that subtle?
Yeah. Yeah, so I like this one. I think that's a good, like, casual, kind of active. Looks like something that could exist in the game, but technically isn't. And what else have I marked in here? I still like this one. I guess this is more of like a modern AU, I guess, version of Amira. Like just casual, like runner like outdoorsy looking outfit.
Going for a jog.
Yeah. This one, I like these pants. I think that's why I saved it. But I like the one arm. But I'm not a huge fan of the rest. I don't even like how the pants
giving
end.
Destiny Islands.
I have sex with people regardless of gender. It's how you can tell I'm pansexual.
Oh.
I might have missed it. Yeah, I've just been trying to eliminate, but I have others here. I called this one Splatoon because it's based on how I have my Octoling dressed. But I like the off-the-shoulder sweater. I like the bike shorts. I like the weight of it, like big poofy sweater, nothing or skin tight leggings. That's kind of the same philosophy behind the Diodochus one. You know, big poofy up top, skin tight on the bottom, big sneakers. It's very the same shape language, I suppose. This one,
cozy.
Yeah, it's too stuffy. It's too like I don't it's too proper for her. It's a nice outfit though. Or the like under leotard look.
I do like the bodysuit with big pants over him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm conflicted. All of these I like, but need to cut out some of them.
All at once.
We're turning off that one. Turn them on all at once.
Yeah, the ultimate outfit.
She fell down
There,
in a Hot
she's
Topic.
Perfect.
She came out like that.
This is a mirror Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I like this one. It's my favorite so far. But yeah, maybe we could try... This one I'm falling out of love with. But that's also the very first one that I drew. But yeah, I don't know. I'm less attracted to... Because I still want her to be recognizable. So I feel like it damages that for me to be wearing a piece of gear that exists in-game that I cannot wear. You know? Like, it's impossible for my character to look like this. So it damages her recognizability. Well, it is on my Viper. I can look like this, but I don't play Viper, so... But these are all like generic items. These two outfits are ones that I'm actually wearing on various job glams.
Actually, that's also that is a dilemma that I also had, because I think my favorite outfits are on my hand and land classes, but those cannot go on any DPS classes.
Yeah, I hate that. They have such cool looking stuff, and especially like that space suit that just came out from the moon. Like, I want to use pieces of that. It looks fun, but no, not allowed. Only when you're crafting.
Some of it you can, cool. Some of it you can't. Lest it be that the new like holster suit set that they had for the crafters, that's just like a level 1 glamour, and that's like my new favorite, because that's already how I used to actually draw my warrior of light. That's like an outfit I gave him previously.
Can you show me? I don't think I know of that. Maybe I want to go get it.
The new suit. Luckily, I was starting to make ref of him in that suit, so let me see if I have a... I don't know how to open this. Anyway, this is the ref that I made for I don't know what. Sharing with people.
But yeah, so I
This is a
like these
toxic
outfits, but I'm stricken with this curse of liking alt fashion and tech wear, and that dooms me
game.
to wanting to die while drawing it because it's all made of belts and straps and zippers and and little dangly bits
God, yeah.
and lots of color
I'm
separation.
scared of people who draw armor scare me because I'm like, you're drawing a comic with full armor and
Yeah,
like every plate looks functional.
yeah. I can
Terrifying.
draw like plate armor and machinery, and I think I do it fairly
Mm.
well, but it does take me a long ass time, and holy shit, I wouldn't want to draw like a web comic with a character like like Master Chief web comic. That would be a nightmare. I like it because of all the details, all the interesting little greeblies, but
Yeah.
that makes it a pain in the ass to draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe can I just like reduce it? What if I took
Let's take away. I kind of like the rings, but I
like
wonder
it
if we can take
already
away some
doesn't.
of like the.
Mm,
Put those back. Take away like the symbols.
yeah, what if I
Like just like make them solid colors and stuff.
take the zips out of the inside of this and they're just gray
Zip them up.
streaks?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the rings too, but I mean the rings
If
aren't hard to do, but
instead,
I guess I could remove the ones that aren't connected to anything anymore.
yeah, or even if you simplify the zips to be like a gray line because they're closed.
Mm-hmm. I need to remove the symbols. I think I have those. Nope, those are baked into the code.
Oh. Merged. What's the point where we just kind of blur her and then draw out the shapes that we see from the blur?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that still works, but that also is still quite a bit to draw. It's a little bit better.
How about the patches on the arms?
I think those are. Yeah, that's part of it.
Also baked
She
in.
looks weirdly way more nude when I do that.
Barely covered up by the belts. Boy, I love fashion. That's why you draw every character in a default blue jeans and hoodie.
Uh-huh. Wow, what a cool character. What's your main machinist so that she can wear denim and not think about it anymore? What am I doing? I can just mask that. There we go.
Oh.
Become smart.
Whoa.
Yeah, could do without that. Yeah, it's not bad, I suppose. Is that part of the... Yeah, that's part of the code too. I can reduce the detail about this a little bit. Yeah, I guess that's not like an undoable amount of work to produce that. I don't hate that. Can we do something similar to this? kind of don't like this one now, looking at it again.
I like the top. I think we can change out the pants.
Yeah, we can change out the pants, and I want to like the top feels thin. I think the shoulders and the collar are okay, but like the drapey bit looks really insubstantial. Do I still have pictures of this outfit? I should.
But I like the little like star diamonds on the ends and stuff like that.
Yeah. Where did I save her in-game picture references?
And the grommets.
Rollmate?
God, I gotta watch all of those again, actually.
Got to simplify the outfit, lad. There we go. Yeah, so what did I do wrong? Why does it look so thin? It should come more in, I suppose. And not have like a form following line right there. Just be drape. Oh yeah, so let's like we can do the there you go. That's what it's based on.
Maybe.
I don't like how the hand came out either. So maybe I could go steal that like single sleeve from that one other outfit that I like and just get rid of the glove and just put that one sleeve on her just because.
I don't know if I have this top, but I definitely have those pants.
It's a cast shop item, that top. It's Lisa's coat from Storeblood.
Then I can't put it on. Damn. Okay, wait.
No, you can. I believe it's...
Can I?
I believe it's bi gender. And they just updated it because it's dyeable now. That's why I'm wearing it. Like it's
okay.
It's dyeable now.
I gotta take a
I
look.
believe they made it that anyone can wear it.
Well, time to launch Final Fantasy XIV and get in bed.
Yeah, Scion Liberator, I think is what her stuff is called.
Okay. You know what? I haven't taken a look at the new set of clothes that they changed over. Which is usually the first thing I do after a patch these days.
Did I separate? No. I am a fool.
Oh god, the DPI of my mouse just changed.
Yeah, so this one's up there now, and this one... Yeah, why don't we move them, let's separate them out, so these layers are easier to read. Can we make this one better? Yeah, I don't like the pants. Nix the pants. Oh, she looks extra saucy with just the belts hanging.
Oh.
Where are they? That's some of them. There we go.
Donald ducking it, I see.
Yeah, Donald ducking around. So where are ones that I like the pants? I could use these same pants. I could maybe use these pants. Actually, I think these pants don't... Yeah, I didn't, like, draw the whole pant, so... Let's steal these pants. And the belt, yeah. These layers here. Steal those. They go... I'm just gonna make a new folder. Street simple. Boom. Oh, her pant layer apparently also included her collar. Kylo Ren looking ass. There we go. And there's like a crop top under that, so we can just steal that. There we go. Shoes. Oh, and let's steal her sleeve from... Which one had the sleeve in it? Which one had the sleeve in it? There it is.
Oh.
Yeah. And what shoes does she get? Let's turn her pants on so she's not so weird looking. I think we just use these ones too. Yep. Shoes. Shoes.
Yes.
Let's get some shoes.
Oh my god, shoes.
Oh my god, shoes. These shoes cost $300. Ancient
What a relic.
Internet. Yeah, so let's steal the coat and try and simplify it. Is all of the coat? No. Coat, the belt. There we go. Boop. Boop. There we go. I don't like these pants with the coat. I don't like how the shapes, like, blend together. I end up with this... With that line. It looks weird. I want it to break up in the middle. So I guess we're gonna do a little bit of patchwork then. How about we save? Is that everything to do with the pants? Yes. Group those. Call those poofy pants. Hide that. Let's finish. Nope. Nope. That's the one. Finish these pants. What layer is this? It's nothing. There we go. All right. Yeah, so let's just continue from there and finish these. So they would come to about here. If I could draw a curve to save my life. There we go. Yeah, the groin would be a little lower. What are these from? Huh? Why is that there? Whatever.
You gone.
Okay. We're gonna imagine these are like little dangly tags, I suppose. They're just like connected to something. This seam would come up. To there. Oop. We have little folds. There you go. And pockets. And let's say just a little highlight color. Buttons. That's fastened to something, I guess. Here to lurk and remind you that you're an amazing person. Thank you. Pants. Turn off the ruler. Or well, keep the ruler on for a sec. We use this color. We go in there. Damn it. Let's do a belt loop, I guess. Why not? And then something. Button? Sure. And then we turn off the mirror.
This item cannot be equipped by your race or gender.
Males can't wear it?
No.
No. Lame.
It's in the preview window. I can see the icon, alas.
I thought they made it so that... I thought that was their, like, mentality now, that when they went back and, like, touched old cache items, that they would update them to be by gender.
I definitely think they're trying to, but I don't know if any of the NPC ones have been touched yet.
Well, they did, because they just made it dieable. So I figured they would have done that, like, when they went in there to do that, they would have updated it. That sucks.
Well, I'm here now. Might as well keep shopping.
Alright, she got pants now. With the coat. Yeah, that's a better balance. Actually, I think your waist is a little low. She got them low riding jeans.
Ooh, I do like the Graha top.
Yeah, I like Graha's stuff as well.
Scarf.
Oh god, the leg.
That's cute.
I like his boots too. That they have the very like Final Fantasy ass boot, you know, where they're just like a big a big chunk with like the big exaggerated like leather cuff at the top. I like that.
I used to draw shoes like that forever.
There we go. And so how can we make this coat better? Have you done anything in the croissant since last time?
Alas, no. I just haven't been in whenever people just don't want to go into the tower.
Right. Oh, are
I've just been
people have
casually
been
grinding.
trying to do the tower?
Sometimes, yeah, I see people like, can we get 15 scrolled or like sigils in the tower? And then like no one responds.
Oh. Yeah, I wanna get into it for the tower. Here's my picture of this outfit. She is. Yeah, big chunky circle around her neck. Here's the
Let's
Final
make a
Fantasy
new
music.
glamour right now.
Right on cue.
Perfect. What was I making this for?
It's too small.
I have too many glamour plates now. I see like work in progress outfits, and I'm like, I don't know what this was for. What was this for?
I forgot about you.
You gotta massage him.
Here's the Marlin of Destiny.
I love. We gotta do something where we like draw Warrior of Lights as like WikiHow style art.
Now a memory fading from sight. I can't go that low.
Oh man, I gotta find like a bunch of Warrior of Light like art prompts that I used to keep around. Once you have Amir's design down, we'll just do a bunch of Warrior of Light memes.
Yeah. Yeah, I really want to do a bunch of that. That'd be good fodder for practice.
Good.
I want to do like Amira and Soul and Thick and Giz and Penny's characters as well.
Yeah. I don't have as many saved to my computer as I thought. I had to just have like 2 Warrior of Light versus Azim prompt and a OC dialogue meme prompt, which is I guess not Warrior of Light specific, but
OC dialogue meme. Oops.
Yeah, so it's like introduce themselves, describe their voice or inflection in a bunch of text bubbles, and like what your voice headcanon for them is. And like, do they curse a lot? Are they more
never
formal?
thought about doing that until like very recently. I was talking to. Have I told you about Catbat?
Like specifically?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have.
Yes, I do remember.
I was talking to Catbat and she brought that up of what's the term she used?
Voice claim?
Something like that, like voice claim or like voice kin, or it sounded like a Tumblr term that I am not familiar with.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's a thing that you do. It's just like we have our OCs. What do they sound like? And they like go, like fetch clips of
I think that's so
characters
fun. Yeah, because like that's not something that I've really thought about doing. Generally, because I sort of have like a semi hyper fantasia sort of thing. So like I could already imagine the voices, but like finding the clips and being like, this is what my character would sound like and this is how they would say it, it's very fun.
Yeah, and I had the same thing too, where I had like a very strong idea. I did it for Cedar. I had a very strong idea of what I wanted them to sound like, but I couldn't think of like a character or like a thing that already existed that really matched it. But I actually found a website that's made for hiring VAs, so you can sort by like accent or like age or gender, So I found some on there, but I was like, I guess this works. But then I had the epiphany when I told you about it the other day, that I went back and watched My Hero Academia. Cedar is just Suyu with a Spanish accent. That's what Cedar is in my head. You know, the English
like
VA
that.
specifically, where
She talks like this. So
Okay,
she's
yeah.
like nerdy and really nasally.
you know, like that.
Yeah.
That's what I imagine Cedar, but with a Costa Rican
That's
accent.
good, yeah. Because the thing is, like, our Warrior of Lights do have in-game voices that we can choose from. We don't hear them very much, aside from and the laughing emote,
Exactly.
which is like
All you hear is
and cheer.
strike noise and hurt noise and
Yeah,
cheer
it's
and
yeah,
laugh.
like the grunts laugh and cheer, like ha ha, and like that kind of stuff. Which I did take the opportunity when I got my free Fantasia for one of the graphic updates to update his voice.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is I have a voice for Amira, and I do kind of associate that with her because I've been using it for so long, but it's very insubstantial, and it was also like just kind of like the best of the worst options. Like, I don't really like any of them. Because first of all, the huge majority of the voices are like squeaky Japanese teenagers, you know, not like women. So, well, that sounds derogatory, but you know what I mean. They
like
sound
the
very...
range is from like high pitched or like really buff person.
Yeah. So I didn't have much to go on with what I imagine Amira to be, which is just a more like low timbre, a little bit gruff, you know, feminine voice. What would be an example? It's like that this is a kind of an off the ball. I think if anyone in the room would understand, it would probably be you. Do you know anything about Tenchi Muyo?
Oh, it's been a while, but yeah.
I picture her as like Ryoko.
Oh, okay.
As far as like voice timbre goes, you know, where it still sounds womanly, like not like you're going out of your way to sound manly.
Yeah.
But she's like abrasive. You know, she a bit gravelly is a word, I suppose. That's the only idea that I have in my head for Amira. I've not really thought about that for Amira.
Yeah, I haven't done too much digging into what I want Soleil to sound like, other than like, oh, like it uses very formal speech because he's a retainer and he's very formal with his clients and stuff like that kind of thing. But he does also like a good fight. He's very easily
Descrunkle.
Big stretch. Big
Crunchy.
yawn.
But yeah, I like that that exercise. I might try and put some thought into Amira's voice over the next week. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Let's figure out this coat shape. We got big poofy sleeves, yeah? Oh god, I have a lot of these pictures open now. Let's get rid of some of those. There we are. Oh, right, and I didn't need that open anymore. I moved it into here. Yeah, so short, very short sleeves, little dangly bits,
Mhm.
belts. Kind of a flare out at the bottom. Yeah. So like down and over the boob. And then it just kind of keeps going, I guess, down to like here. And then out. That's about right. Kick a little bit more outward. And then the sleeves. Where did I go with these ones? Yeah, that's about what I want. Yeah. Eh. 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 Where's her signature necklace? I know I have one with that on, so I don't have to draw it again. There it is.
Big rock.
Yeah, why is that significant? I don't know. But it's like my go-to neck glam. It's that one. I think we get it after like Aglaya or something, don't we? When are we given that? It's a quest item. It's sometime in Endwalker.
Is it Endwalker? The big rock? Hold on.
Pretty sure it is.
Wayfarer. XIV Way. I know it's like towards the end of an expansion set.
Yeah, I think it was in Endwalker.
Tell me where this comes from.
Alright. And then we have
Patch 6.1.
Yeah, that is Endwalker. So that's the first patch of post Endwalker then. So it would have been when we were just beginning the Aglaya stuff, I think. No, post Endwalker was the Zero stuff, not the raid stuff.
There's a mod to make the Wayfarer crystals glow, and that's
Aw.
all it does.
Why are you cutting out? Huh? Oh, I put the sleeves on the collar. I'm a fool. Fool, I say. Let's just undo that. There we go.
Give me a random mod. Tell me, what do the people want?
Oh, my stream deck just died.
Hunky Highlander mod.
This is like my biggest thing right now, that I'm really unsatisfied with my solution to this problem, and I don't know what to do to make it better. My stream deck occasionally just shits out, and I don't know why. We're on the right layer this time. I've taken a liking to drawing with the lasso tool like this, though. It's fun. I like it.
It's so good for blocking.
Yeah. All right. So how can we get some detail out of this without going as crazy as the actual piece?
Oh.
I feel
keep
like
your
it should be
pants up?
closed a little bit more too.
Like a fire glass kind of style, maybe.
Sorry, what?
Like the fire glass hood vest, rather.
I don't know what that is.
It's the black and red vest with the hood. And it has a belt across it. Maybe it has a different name also.
I don't know
They
what
always
you're
have like
talking about.
they always have like the two sets of like it's the exact same thing, but one's like different dyeable than the other.
Hmm.
Or rather one's dyeable. Give me a high quality picture. Fire glass. Fire glass.
Maybe it would bunch up a little bit at the hip. Oop. Yeah.
This.
Oh, I saw you put you put Astroma in the prison.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, that thing. Yeah, I have that thing. It's like closed at the top. Doesn't have sleeves. Hmm.
Yeah, it's just holstered at the top.
Uh, yeah. So major things here. They have shoulders. I don't have a brown, because I use the gray. So strap here. I'll just emphasize that as a shape, and it didn't work. Right, because this needs to be higher up. Yeah, that'll do. And then at the shoulders... and at the bottom. There's a problem with that. It's the same
Oh.
color that I used on her pants. So that disappears. So should these be this color? Yeah, that works.
Hmm.
And then we have the little goldy bits. Big old buckles. Then there's an asymmetry there. Should play Katamari again.
Yeah. It is a good game.
Oopsie. Oopsie. There we go. Pushing all the wrong hotkeys. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. I kind of forget this is a like Miku cover. it just sounds like what it should be. I'll say hi, Lycan. I noticed you come in obviously because of I did your redeem, but I didn't say hi. Hello.
Now I'm just trying to make a glamour for my ninja, and I'm realizing the lack of ninja pants that I have. Just 5 million slacks.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah. Don't hate it. I don't really love it though either. Oops. you get, you gotta air out, you know.
You know, no chafing.
Maybe we could do a. Just a little bit. Yeah. I'm not in love with that. I think that's a good, like, simplified representation of that coat.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't super care for this fit. There's danglies at the bottom, too.
Oh.
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 Oh, shit.
Oh.
A rat.
A rat. Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
Dying.
Yeah,
I'm liking the artist. What's up, Sandra?
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV?
Oh. Yes, I have. I've played it a little bit, here or there,
Just a little bit. Okay. What do you think of the outfit that I put in the stream chat?
Let me see in stream chat. First thing I opened is Astrofel's weird cat doodle. I was like, that's not a good outfit.
What do you mean?
Oh my god, dude. That's serving so much. What the hell?
I don't have any pants for him.
Dude, you don't need pants for him. Listen, you've taken a controversial thing like a boob window and you've demolished it.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's had crotch window before.
They're assless chaps.
Yes. Listen, they need it for the mobility so they can can squat better for their tanking stances or whatever.
You're right.
That's gotta be it. Is this tank? It looks sort of like tanky gear.
It's ninja.
Ninja? Well, then even more need for the mobility. Oh my god.
I guess the pants are Subligar, so they're Rogue Ninja Samurai Viper.
Okay. I just those trousers looked a little bit like trousers. I have like ones that are sort of like those. Sorry, trousers, boots. Those boots sort of look a little bit like the boots I use in one of my. I have like an Ornstein Paladin glamour. which uses like the lion head that you can get from the PvP, and then some
Oh, yeah.
stuff that you get from other places. And I've got like
Mhm.
a golden Ornstein glamour. It looks awesome.
Here, what do you think? This is the
Ooh.
original.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's the simplified one. Yeah, I don't like the pants.
I think we need to bring the grommets back.
The coat looks better.
get the pair.
But yeah,
Mhm,
can I maybe get away with doing the thing that I did on the other one where I just do like one on one side? Let's try that. Grommet?
Grab it.
I wish I knew more Wallace and Gromit quotes.
I don't
Wallace
remember
and
why
Gromit
we got
education
on it, but we had like a minute where Thick, especially me and Thick and Giz and all of those who orbit were just like, the joke was just saying like absurd things that like Wallace would never say, but like in that voice. Like
No.
I can't remember any good ones off the top of my head right now.
I just watched the last movie, like not that long ago.
I need
Yeah.
to see my other pants again.
I grew up watching episodes of Wallace
Okay.
and Gromit when I was a kid, so
Yeah. Oh man. I
grew
think
up
about
watching Wallace and
the
Gromit,
moon one
and
a lot.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's really cool. It's such a shame though, because after that movie, the thing burned down, so like it would take so
Yeah.
long to rebuild.
Mhm.
You know, it's a shame because that was probably one of the last like 3 big studios that like still do proper stop motion animation stuff. You know, like that one that did that.
Yeah.
They did what the hell is they call the movie, like something in the 2 strings was
Kubo.
one of the movies they did.
Kubo.
Kubo and the 2 Strings, really great
Mm.
movie by the way, obviously. But
Yeah.
that studio is one of the other ones that still does like stop motion as well. It's like it's such a cool like art form for movies and stuff, you know.
Is it bad that I want to eat the food in Wallace and Gromit, even though it very clearly looks like clay?
Well, I think it's because one of their major food groups in Wallace and Gromit is cheese,
Is
and
cheese?
is the texture of cheese visually is a lot for a lot of cheeses is similar to clay. So I mean,
I want to drink the little like goopy tea they have, and I want to eat
the
the
goopy
clay
tea.
cheese.
I really love the toasted jam that shows up in a lot
Yeah.
of. Oh, it looks so good. Looks so good.
Cheese.
Oh my god.
They made
Wait.
Wallace and Gromit cheese? Hold on.
What, Wensleydale?
Yeah, oh my
Wensleydale
god.
was a real cheese, I believe, always.
But
No,
they put
made
the
it
characters on it. They
for...
made it shaped like the
Oh, I mean, it would probably be the most obvious brand deal in the world. You know, it's like,
Wait,
like
this is like last
yeah.
year. Hold on.
It's like as obvious a brand deal as if they did Keenan and Kel with Fanta or something. You know, like
Mhm.
who loves orange soda? You know, like we've got some orange soda. Would you like a brand deal? Like, um, yeah.
Yeah, so I logged on Warframe last night just to make as many green shards as I'm allowed to make in anticipation for
Yeah.
Araxia slaps
fair
Spider
enough.
Woman. This bitch can fit so many green shards in her.
They're looking pretty fucking tasty. Pretty fucking tasty. It's gonna be pretty cool. So I've been looking at other CRPGs, and Raz has been linking me stuff. And this is not a long story. This is just he found one where a rogue can pickpocket people during combat, and I pointed out that that's not really pickpocketing anymore. That's just mugging someone.
Yeah.
You're mugging them. This is not pickpocketing. This isn't like, oh, I'm subtly stealing. You're just mugging them.
I'm having a real time with color separation here with this design.
Mm. The red, black, and gray.
Yeah. But I don't want to add like a million colors to the palette.
Yeah.
I mean, that's slightly better. I mean, it would be really easy for me to mirror it right now, but not when she's posed like a living creature, you know? Yeah, that does look better, but that would be a pain to draw, I feel, with all the little belts and greebles.
Little bits and bobs.
I think this one's getting knocked out.
Like reverse suspenders there.
Let's move those down just for the sake of eliminating them. But I think this one works. And I still like this one.
Mm-hmm. That was pretty cool.
So what else could we do? Yeah, I don't like that one anymore.
Oh.
I still like this one, but this one doesn't. Like, this is just... You know, she's a person, and I can draw her in whatever clothes. You know, like, that's just a thing that I can do. She doesn't have to wear the same outfit all the time, but I want her to have, like, a default look. That's what I'm trying to...
Yeah.
What I'm trying to go for right now.
Yeah.
So I want it to be a little bit more reflective of Final Fantasy, because that's what she is. You know, I don't like that one anymore. Oh. Yeah, we're knocking this one off too. Be gone with you.
Well, if you wanted to reflect a bit of Final Fantasy XIV in particular, you could also look to making a customized version of what the Mikote starting gear looks like or something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit of inspiration.
That would require some heavy alteration, because it's very out of character for her.
Well,
the default Mikote female starting gear is like a little schoolgirl outfit with like a little mini skirt and like tights.
Yeah, I mean, you could mix in the male one instead.
Yeah.
It's got like 3/4 length short things. And I liked the starting Mikote outfit because I was starting off as a pugilist or monk.
Ignis,
So
hey,
it
Solomon. Do I refer to you as Solomon? Probably more so than Ignis. Hi, how's it going? Welcome in. I know of you from that one, the
Yeah,
Pennifer
from that
Porbus.
person,
There she is. What were you doing? You're playing Baldur's Gate. Lost to the Baldur's Gate dimension, like this
So
one,
based.
like this one up here.
No.
Called out.
How did that go? Are you doing anything wacky? Most people I know who play Baldur's Gate are on their like nth playthrough of the game. Are you doing any particular all bard run. Interesting.
Oh.
Interesting. How's that going? Welcome everyone. This is ScribbleSupport, my weekly art show where we do doodles, try and get you guys to doodle along. I'm on my my study and re-evaluation arc. We're working on redesigning one of my characters right now that I will go forward to exercise some style studies upon in the near future. Struggling with outfits as is my God-given right, because I suck at clothing design.
Happy birthday, Solomon.
Celebrating the birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's a lot of people's birthday today. It's Blair's birthday. It's Kishi's birthday.
Oh.
I think they have to fight to death,
yeah.
I think. I think that's how it works.
On
Yeah, you'll
Friday
have to
the
fight.
13th?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fight to death.
Jason
Vicious
Voorhees.
yeah.
Let's calculate that out. What was 9 months ago?
Is this the Friday the 13th? Because
Oh, shit, is it?
that happens.
That was Friday the 13th, yeah.
But I mean, it is a Friday the 13th. But that there are multiple of those, like on a rotation, like throughout the year. So is Jason Voorhees the June one? Is that?
Oh.
I think it is.
It is.
Excuse me. Was it like a summertime horror movie? It is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was, yeah.
Wow.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Jason.
birthday, Jason.
Oh my god, Jason. It's a birthday.
So maybe we try
Full
like
bar
another
playthrough, you get away
leotard
with so much
one with
bullshit.
these pants.
Because Baldur's Gate is like a step up as far as dialogue stuff from like Divinity. You can talk your way in and out of almost any combat. in
People
that
just
game.
got
It's
bored in
crazy.
September. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the question, right? Like, why are there so
Yeah.
many birthdays in June? What happens 9 months
Mhm.
ago? Yeah. Is that September? Yeah, that would be September.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, why so much romance in September? Amir's looking amazing. Thank you. Yeah, Barbie doll nudity jump scare.
Oh.
This is the feature set. Let me get her
Could I get a
her
copy of
modesty
this so
layer.
I can
There we
draw
go.
over Amira?
yeah, sure. So I won't speak in too great detail. Don't mind that text in the top left. Spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh.
All of these markings have a specific reason. It was my goal to... Let me start from the beginning. This is my Final Fantasy XIV OC. I wanted to make her a bit more my own. And one of the major ways I wanted to do that was make her look beat up, because you're not allowed to make your character not pretty in the game. So that is a thing that I'm doing outside the game. I wanted to beat her up because I have been playing the game since 1.0, so I'm somewhere 13-year veteran of the great Final Fantasies, and I want her to look appropriately like she's been through some shit. So I went through the game's story and noted particularly influential encounters that I personally felt attached to from each expansion. And then based on how influential I found them, I ranked them like top to bottom, like from most influential to least influential. So then I took the most influential thing and said, what is that encounter? What kind of scar could she get from that? And the most influential ones left the biggest marks. That's how I came up with a scarring scheme to apply to her. So each one of these does have an explanation. I didn't just willy-nilly put a bunch of marks on her and say look, she's beat up. They all actually have correlative events from her story that these marks were left on her. That's what we ended up with, was this particular pattern of markings. So now that her body has been established, we are struggling with clothes, as I often do, because I have this terrible curse of being really into like alt fashion and tech wear, and it's so difficult to draw. So we're trying to figure out some kind of repeatable design that doesn't make me want to die every time I draw my OC. That's what we're working on. Hey, Steez. How'd that game go the other day? I was peeking in your Skyrim-shaped thing that you were playing the other day. Looked cool.
Oh yeah, that new one.
I forgot what it's called. It's some, like,
Avalon.
obscure title. It's one of your favorite games now. I have to look into that.
Pretty cool.
I could use a single player distraction that are ever so hard to convince myself to do.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the major things that I like about it, is that it's not Oblivion again or Skyrim 6.
Raz was playing a dark and powerful mage, and he found a secret spell through a
Tainted
bunch of
Grail,
weird
yeah,
ways.
Avalon Tainted Grail, something to that effect.
Yeah, that's the one.
Looks cool.
He went through like this weird situation where he found a dark spell, which let him either convert his own blood, or if he channeled it long
saying
enough
here
on an
for?
enemy, would turn them
Cheese.
or his own blood into cheese that he could.
Okay.
So
It has a
there's weird, wacky
demo.
shit.
Imagine the world that we live in.
I
Holy
know,
shit.
right? It has a demo.
I'm gonna go
It's
grab that right now
perfect.
before I
It's
forget. What is it?
beautiful.
Avalon.
Tainted Grail, Avalon.
Tainted Grail,
Avalon,
Fall of
Tainted Grail.
Avalon. That's the one. And it's only $45. It's not even a $60 or $80 game. Goddamn. Wowee.
Wow.
Where's
God,
that?
did you hear
Where's
that,
demo? Add to library. I'll play that later.
Yippee!
It's really cool. It's very cool. It's like it'll give you the vibe of playing like older games like Oblivion or something like that. It's very neat. And there's also other
Yeah.
weird mechanics, but I just thought I'd mention the cheese because I thought that would be that would be
Yeah.
a pulling point.
Yeah, that's my favorite episode of Wallace and Gromit,
Oh, dude, exactly.
where they were turning
We've been
blood
on the
into
topic,
cheese.
We turned
I-
the
I saw-
bandits
I have
into
no
cheese, Gromit.
It's horrifying, but yeah, you can just turn people into cheese.
Banquet
They
of
just-
Kings for later, lad.
And then you can take that cheese and sell it to people, and they don't have to know where the
Oh.
cheese came from.
They don't have to know.
They don't have to know.
Helldivers 2 went
They have, like, an
unrestricted
arm
except for
system?
Japan and Russia. Interesting. I feel like Sony's getting a little desperate given other recent companies' advancements over them.
By the way, the next AAA $80 game has sort of been announced, and it's really fucking ironic because it's from like Bethesda.
Mhm.
It's the second game for that, what is it called, Outer Worlds game.
Oh yeah.
It's a game about fighting back against capitalism.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it's
Yeah.
their first $80 base price
Yeah.
point game to follow Nintendo. So it's kind of like, just don't fucking buy it. Like,
That's
just
the
don't
joke.
fucking buy it. It's horrible. But yeah, Tainted Grail. The thing I love about it is that it came out at the same time as the Oblivion remaster, so it's just better to just buy it instead, and then just play normal Oblivion instead of the fucking remaster. I love normal Oblivion. I don't need the fucking remaster.
Yeah.
But but Tainted Grail, it has a lot of cool, unique stuff.
What is this
You'll
layer?
like it. It's weird. It's weird.
The ring.
The only other thing that I've heard about is I saw someone, I have no context for this, but they went to pet this weird, ugly-looking creature, and it ate their arms. So they were missing their left arm for like the rest of their playthrough.
Oh.
Oh,
That's funny.
Which is weird.
So what is a
funny, I don't
playthrough?
know-
Like, how long does that go? Are you like meant to go like over and over again, or is it like fairly
I think
long?
it
Or
works like I think it can be quite long. I think it's sort of like an Elder Scrolls game. You know, you go and you do things. You know, you can run around and there's weird quests and stuff like that. But it has a lot of it has a branching storyline, so like you can make some choices and stuff.
Hmm.
The
Interesting.
world changes a bit. It's very cool looking, and it's an indie game. Indie people.
Yeah, I have a bunch of games that have been on my wish list that like just got demos because where are you here? Oh, I drew
Yeah.
that on the wrong layer.
Steam is beautiful. They have like basically single-handedly revived demos in this in this day
Yeah,
and age.
right.
It's beautiful.
I have a bit
Similar
of a
games
gripe about
before
that.
with the demos.
It's cool that it exists, that it's like
Uh-huh.
it's the Steam Next Fest. So
Yeah.
that's cool. Could we just like have demos instead of
Oh,
waiting for
they
the
do.
demo holiday? Because they do sometimes, but like
Yeah,
a ton
it's
of
just that
people
the
only
next-
release demos on the demo holiday. Like you can't, like you're allowed to. Like, can we just have demos
Well,
like as a staple? That'd be.
Yeah, we can have demos. There are you can release demos now, just in general on Steam, and
Yeah.
and some games do. But the point of the demo holiday is because I believe you're only able to like announce your game like and you know part of the sale or whatever, you know, from Steam Next Fest. You're only allowed to be part of it if your game has a demo. So it's like a way to be like we're
Right.
having demos are added to the system now, but it also means that like it
Yeah, so
It
that's
sort
what I
of
mean. It's cool
convinces
that it
them to join in.
exists and it does incentivize people to make demos. But I would
Yeah.
love it if we didn't have a demo holiday and people just made demos for their games. Can we have demos again, please? Bring demos, arise from the
Well,
ashes, so that we can just
the
play
thing is,
games.
yeah, the demo
Demos.
not the games don't have like they can release their demos on the demo holiday, but they're not obligated to stop their demos
Yeah.
after the thing ends. And some games don't, but there are a lot of games. I agree with you. There are a lot of games that have like a timed demo that just ends when the
Yeah.
next fest ends. But yeah, I don't know. At the very
How
least,
do we feel about that?
like what, a year or so ago before Next Fest became a thing,
I'm not
like
super feeling it.
the idea of having demos for games was like a complete fantasy anymore. Like you
Mm-hmm.
know, so at least it's a step in the right direction at least. But yeah,
Maybe if you shaded it.
Yeah,
yeah.
shaded a little
I
bit.
I'm
did
seeing
the silhouette
more-
back.
It's also just looking a little.
I'm at least seeing.
Maybe we give her the sleeve from that other outfit.
Oh, the one sleeve.
Yeah, where's the
I
one
do
sleeve?
enjoy asymmetrical design.
There's the one sleeve.
You could be super Final Fantasy weird, and instead of just giving her one sleeve, give her like a half jacket where it's like the whole shoulder and everything
Yeah.
as well.
Just
Yeah.
half of it.
That is a very Final Fantasy sort
It
of weird
is.
thing, you know?
Should
It's up there
she
with the
cover that side?
what's it?
Do we cover the other side? Which one do we like better? I'm gonna do both.
Two? Like compression gloves?
Oh.
Let me flip it. I can't
What's it
see
called
the
again?
line.
That jacket that's like a really it's like the Daisy Dukes of jackets. What is it?
The
called
what?
again? It's like a
Uh,
really it would only cover the top of your nipples if you close the jacket. Like what is it? What's it called again?
I don't know.
It's I need to find out what it's called.
Actually, I kind of don't mind
Small-
it with the
yeah.
two sleeves. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Covers
Yeah.
most of her scars.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Or maybe we just do this side.
Okay.
Here, this side. I think that side's cooler to show than that side.
These people just call it jackets,
do
I
both.
guess, but I'll put it in the string chat. That's what I'm talking about. Like You know how when it's like a small jacket and it doesn't go down to like your waist or anything, it just
Yeah,
goes
I just
like
call that like a
really
crop,
high up.
just a crop jacket.
Like a crop jacket. Okay, yeah. I was not, however,
Daisy
talking
Dukes
about.
of jacket.
It's a short shorts, but it's short jacket. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the first thing my brain went to. However, I saw this as well. And this,
Maybe we
like,
pull.
what is the point of this? Like,
some?
silly.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one I've seen
Okay,
people
little-
draw Kirby in.
Yeah,
bit of
yeah, that's fair.
this.
Kirby's fashion is insane. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Powerful.
a little red mark, like a little tag here.
I saw someone draw
Yeah.
Wario in that. It was a very different
Yeah.
picture.
Listen, Steez, sometimes your arms get cold, but you get boob sweat, you know?
Wait, did Steve say something?
Steez showed the jacket in the stream chat.
Did Scaff did?
Why are
Scaff
these
did.
images also so tiny? Yeah.
Did
You
I?
said Steez.
Yeah.
I thought I missed a message.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
Oh my god. You're
I was
being
like,
so
wait, is my
racist,
chat offline?
son.
I think I
would
glanced
also-
over. I think I glanced over at chat and saw Steez's name on top. I'm like, yeah, Steez says something.
Because that has happened. Like my chat
I
that's
was
visible in
also
OBS
looking.
has just died, and like I was like, oh no, did
I was looking for Steve's message as well. I was like, where is this? And didn't realize Son was being just racist towards goblins. Steve, put them
Wow.
on the list. Put them on the list.
I'm also like half playing Final Fantasy right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I've been playing some of that Wildgate demo.
That looks like a name tag.
Wow.
Oh,
That
Scaff!
game
I have
is-
terrible news.
Dear God.
Oh.
What's the news?
Jump Ship uses generative AI.
It what?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
They do?
Yep.
Where? What? No.
The NPC voice lines.
Really?
Hmm.
Oh, where? How did we find this? Did they announce it? How do they find this out?
I don't remember.
Oh, it's
but
on the fucking
yeah.
AI. It's on the Steam page. I just went all the way down the bottom.
Yeah.
AI generated content disclosure. The developers describe how their game uses AI generated
Yeah.
content like this.
So
Pre-generated voice
am no
cloning.
longer
Oh.
interested in purchasing that game. Truly unfortunate.
Oh.
Can't have nice things.
I'm gonna have to go and break the news to everybody. They're gonna have a heart. Right? We played that demo during Next Fest. We were like, "Oh, this is so fun! I can't wait for the game to come out."
Nope.
I just remembered that I requested access to early access on a game, and I don't remember what game that is. I guess I'll find out. It'll be a surprise.
Be like, oh, this game appeared in my library, like a treat.
Well, it's not often I have to change a game from on my wish list to ignored. That doesn't
Yeah.
happen often, but you know.
Damn shame.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. That is damn shame. Maybe they'll fix it in the future, but I don't even know if I'll. You know,
Yeah,
I don't know if I'll give them a second
I don't know.
chance
They
after that.
lost my
Like,
respect
sort of
already.
like-
I
Yeah,
I
like,
think it's too late for me
it's-
personally.
That's not even like an important part of their game. Like you could have just not done anything. You could have had Jerry from accounting in
Yeah,
your little
I
studio.
said exactly the
three
same
people.
thing. Like, just use
Like,
literally anyone in the office would have been a better voice, or just have them be text windows. Like literally
Yeah, no, they actually did
anything
say
other
that
than using generative
Animalese.
AI.
They said placeholders will be replaced by real voice acting as development continues. It's like you
But,
could have just
yeah,
had
see, you could have just
anyone
not.
do it. It
yeah.
would be easier.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a placeholder.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
That just shows a weakness. Like,
So
and it also
they
shows,
showed great disrespect to
Yeah.
artists and concern for Earth to
Oh.
have crappy placeholders
the
in their
one
game.
silver lining
Makes
to
me
this,
sad.
The one silver lining to this is that I now I guess through looking this up on their Steam page, discovered that Steam has a built-in function for reporting AI use in games. This was like a section.
Yeah, because they can't be dishonest about it. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, my point is they can, but obviously people can lie. But my point is the fact that Steam has that as a thing in there.
Yeah.
Steam has already put their foot down saying they don't like AI or NFTs or whatever. So that's, but yeah, fuck me, dude. That's, oh my god, that's so easily avoidable if it's a placeholder as well. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
I went through all of the same emotions.
Yeah, it's the same mental like journey. It's like it was so avoidable, but now also like I've lost my trust in them.
Yeah.
What if they're gonna use it for that? What else have they done with it? You know, like I don't know. Like if they're gonna use it for like a placeholder voice acting, I can't trust they aren't using it for like, because keep in mind they're doing like randomized missions. You know. I can't trust that they're not using generative AI for other aspects of their game.
So did you script your NPCs with ChatGPT? Did you come up with your encounters with ChatGPT? Like, it cannot be unseen. Pandora's box has been opened. I don't want to give you money anymore.
Yeah. Well, at least Void Crew still exists. Yeah. And I've been playing their new update. It's not bad.
What do you think about the outline, son? The like hem. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Oh, let me give her necklace. That'll help break up the.
Oh yeah. The upper. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. That's a good
There
fit.
we go.
I feel like it's a little too black. Maybe the shoes could be primarily red. White pants, gray pants.
White pants could be a thing.
Are the pants separate enough?
White shoes?
Yeah, well, they're. I guess I could do.
Now they are.
Can I cheat? And can I cheat like this? Will this?
A true
work?
Final Fantasy outfit would be an outfit made entirely of belts and buckles.
Yeah.
Why haven't we gotten that update yet?
Where
all
is it?
belt.
Where's all belt update?
We had an update that took the belts out.
That's true. That's where they went. They're collecting the belts for something more powerful.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I always found it very funny that because obviously I went into Final Fantasy ARR from playing like WoW back in the day, and I thought it was interesting because they prioritize different slots for their visuals. Like in WoW, your rings and necklaces and shit, they never show up on your character, you know.
Yeah.
But like in Final Fantasy, they do. And then like your belt never showed up visually in Final Fantasy, but in WoW they prioritize that sort of thing, you know. There's no cloak slot in Final Fantasy, but in WoW there is, and it's another very important part of the fashion.
I'm happy that there's no capes in Final Fantasy. I feel like that would
some of them are built in.
Reduce a lot of like visibility of glams. I mean, you could just not use it. But...
because you can toggle it off and whatever, and even in WoW. But I mean, in some glams would be improved by a cool looking cape, you know. And there are some armors that have them built in. My issue is I am fine with there not being capes in the game. I'm totally fine with it. In fact, I prefer no capes than having capes the way some of the armors used, like the paladin armors, where it's like it's wet and it's stuck to my ass. I hate it. I hate it. So I would rather have no capes, like it be almost like an alternate universe fact that capes were just not in the world, than have a cape that's stuck to my ass. So like there have been certain paladin armors that I love the look of, but they have one of those capes, and I'm just like, get this fucking shit off me, get it off me.
Yeah, I really wish that was something that you could manipulate, because that I also there's some glams that have like dangly bits that I was like, man, I wish I could take that off because it like covers the rest of.
I can't imagine that's not something that they could do depending on some of the glamours. If it isn't like, oh, if you take off the cape, there's just like a glaring gap in the modeling, you know. But like you can toggle things on helms. I don't see why you couldn't toggle.
Yeah.
A lot of the capes are just like attached. At, like, a
I would
brief
have
part of
so
the
much
shoulder.
rather seen something like this than the texture resolution and lighting engine change. Like I would have so much rather seen like more character create options or like armor options.
Yeah.
I'm not disappointed by the lighting.
I'm not disappointed either, but
Update.
I would have rathered seen things that are more
Mhm,
influential to
mhm.
my character than just like how screenshots look.
I do enjoy the armor material update. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Some more of the armor
What
materials
did
are more
that? Oh,
better looking.
there we go.
I have
But,
no say on this because I'm the one who totally doesn't use mods previously to
Uh-huh.
upscale my warrior flame.
Oh my goodness.
But I don't need those anymore. I'm a free man now.
Free.
Your prettiness doesn't go away when they patch the game.
Yeah.
By the way, Barony released a new update.
Really?
Yeah, what do they? Let's see. It looks like it's mainly about voice chat, proximity voice chat. It seems.
Okay.
Yeah, it says
That's cool, I guess.
as part of our ongoing celebration of Barony's 10th anniversary. Jesus, 10th anniversary. We want to be able. Oh, they want you to be able to hear the screams of your friends in game.
I mean, everyone does already, but I guess that's cool for that game exists on consoles, right? So that's
Yeah, it's proximity voice chat as well. So you'll like just hear in a distant room. Ah,
Yeah,
shit!
yeah.
Boulders, you know.
yeah,
like
exactly.
But they did add
The,
that other feature with like ghosts and stuff, so you can
Lethal
actually do
Company
stuff while
style.
you're dead now, which is nice.
Oh, did they?
As
That's
a
neat.
ghost, yeah, as a ghost, you can go around as a ghost and explore and like see what's going on. Like you can ping, I believe. You can light up areas for your friends. You can also move items a little bit, so you can like I'm bringing something to you, and you're like
Right.
shuffling something along the floor to your friend and stuff.
Oh, what is this for? Repo?
No,
Barony.
this is for Barony.
Oh, Barony. Okay.
Barony is a wonderful game. They've shown off some art of like screenshots of like their first ever what it looked like in game to now. It's really funny. Yeah.
Does that help? Do we say the pants end there and then this is like sock? Ooh.
Give him big white socks, big pull-up white socks.
Yeah, black socks or white socks, some color separation here. How do we feel about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, maybe white.
Oh, I've been playing some of that Wildgate demo, and I
No, not
really
white.
like the visuals of it. It looks very nice, and the characters seem cool and interesting, and all that stuff. Even some of the gameplay seems cool, but I don't know if I want. I don't know. I don't know if I want. I don't know. I like the game. I don't know.
Yeah,
Because-
I like the concept of that game. I hope they do more with it, and if they do, then I might be interested in playing it. But like currently, it
Yeah.
doesn't have a lot going for it. The ship models are not very different from one another. The character choice doesn't really matter too much.
Well, I would argue the character choice matters hugely. Actually,
You think so?
there are some characters that are downright broken. So they've added in 2 new characters, and one of them is a lady that has telekinesis, and it means that she can interact with anything from like 10 meters away instead of just being next to it.
Huh.
And instead of the little grappling hook thing, she has a teleport that she can use once per recharge. That lets her teleport up to 100 meters, right? So
Oh.
what they do is they repeatedly, and when you teleport back to your ship, it recharges you if you have the item. So she'll just teleport to your ship, not even come in the door, just open a door, yoink out one of your hard points, and teleport back to her ship, and then just repeatedly do that. They'll just strip your ship of all its guns and hard points, and you can almost do nothing. Um, Also, there's characters you have to unlock. Like the goat guy is like insanely powerful for defensive
Mexies.
shit. So um he's less stinky. Um, he has like more health than most of the other characters, and he can see enemy players through walls if they're on his ship. And if he kills someone on his ship, he just heals to full health. And then there's a guy with like 4 arms. He can just punch people's ship components and do like huge damage. Like there's certain and then there's the invisible flying guy who can turn invisible, and also part of unlocking him unlocks a shotgun. So you can sort of see how it combines, where an invisible person with a shotgun.
Right.
It's horrifying. Um, Another huge pain in the ass is that it's a PvP game. The gunplay is not tight enough for being a PvP game. It's really and then that on top of the fact that one of the weapons you don't have to unlock, that is just there from the start, is an auto aim pistol with seeking bullets. It's busted beyond belief. It's everyone uses it. It kills people round corners and everything. Like it's insanely busted. I know of only one other PvP game that has an auto aim pistol, and that was fucking Titanfall. But they did it kind of differently, and there was a lot different mobility and everything, and it was a little bit more skill based for an auto aim pistol. You know what I mean? But this is a crutch. Everyone uses it, and it's better than any other weapon because the gunplay isn't tight enough to make use of the other ones. You know, it's insane. It's insane. But also it reminds me of Sea of Thieves PvP. And Sea of Thieves' PvP is kind of one of the worst aspects of Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
And you can ask even Sea of Thieves fans about that.
That's
basically
the reason why I don't love that game.
Yeah.
If they just focused entirely on having really good, like, in-depth co-op missions and just got rid of the PvP, I would play the fuck out of Sea of Thieves.
Get rid of the PvP in Sea of Thieves. Add more ship varieties so that you can have larger crews of your friends and everything as well. Because that's another thing as well. I always think, oh, it'd be fun to grab a bunch of friends and play it, but you can only play with 4 people. It's like,
there should be. I know you can do it just like verbally, but then like you can't end up in the same instance as each other. But there should be some kind of like alliance system where like, even just as the default party of 4, it should be possible for you to grab like 2 sloops and
like that,
go out like that instead of
have like an armada of ships, and then you go fight a bunch of skeleton ships and do stuff, and be really cool. But also another part of Sea of Thieves combat that is the cool part of it, but makes it more skill-based, is like the slow process of loading, aiming, and firing the cannons and stuff. That isn't in this game, because in this game, all the guns are sci-fi. You don't have to load them; they just shoot with them and stuff like that. And it's like
I kind of like that aspect of Sea of Thieves too.
I like that aspect of Sea of Thieves. It feels cool. It feels like part of the fantasy of it. Like, load the cannons, just like, and stuff like that, you know? And having to aim them and stuff. It's really cool. In this game, it's really annoying because here's the thing, right? Your ships have ammo, so you only start with 50 bullets in your ship. You have to gather ammo from these places. But here's the thing. There is a hard point in the game that just generates ammo infinitely. You just plug it into your ship, and after like 2 minutes, your ship has like thousands of ammo. You'll never run out of ammo again. And it's just one easy to obtain hard point. So you compare that with someone who hasn't found any ammo, and your ship versus ship combat is like done and dusted. Like, because it has like the battle royale side of things as well.
Right.
Which makes it really unfun. So it's like...
Yeah, like I said, I like the concept, but I think the balance is a bit wonk and the variety is not high enough. But if they like more and more interesting weapons, more and more interesting ship components, bigger variety in ship like type, interesting characters and character abilities. It could be cool.
There are only 4 ship types in the game. Every time I'm in a lobby and there's one crew that has a non-default ship,
Mhm.
they win the game by a mile. They destroy everyone. Because there are only 4 ship types, but there are only 2 that people go for. But you have to do like missions. You get random hunt style missions. You only get 3 a day, and some of them are real ass, like they're whatever. And that's the only way to level up. And you get a
Mhm.
bit of it. You get a bit of XP by just by playing, but whatever. It's like nothing compared to the missions. Anyway, the 2 ship types that everyone goes for is one is called like the Bastion, and basically it has double
The
the
turtle ship.
health of the
Yeah.
default ship. Yeah, and almost all the doors are secure doors, which means enemies from outside cannot open the door. Yeah, there's only like 1 or 2 doors on the whole thing, and um, and it has guns in every direction, and has more guns than any other ship.
Right.
Well, except one. And so, like, it's way tankier, has guns in every direction, and people can't really get into your ship very easily as well. So it's like it's way better than the default ship. Then
Mhm.
there's another ship which has just a little bit less health, but almost double of the default ship. And its power is that it has a huge section in the front of the ship that has guns pointing in like every direction. It's like a crazy amount of guns.
Mhm.
And then it has the passive that all of its ship's projectiles are twice as fast than any other ship.
Uh-huh.
So it just means that you're let me put it this way: we had a time where we had a really cool ship build. We built up our ship; it was really fast. We had a load of hard points, and then we had a bunch. We actually found a place that had like a bunch of hard points that are those laser rams. Stuck them all on the front of our ship. Got all these laser cannons on the front of the ship that are also close range beams, and so we were like, we'll ram into someone in the face with our speedy ship, and then we'll just laser them to death. You know,
Mhm.
we came across one of these ships. Um, and we couldn't even get in range of our guns before they killed us because they were that powerful. Like with
Uh-huh.
the gunship, the ship. I think the fastest way to make the game more balanced is instantly all ships types are available to everyone by default. You can't
Yeah.
have just unlock the ships. It's way too much power. Second, get rid of the fucking homing pistol. And third, if you are inside of an enemy's ship, you cannot warp back to your ship. You have to be able to get
Yeah,
out of the
that was
ship.
another thing I found very weird, that like there's a gameplay incentive that's pointed out to you to board the enemy
Uh-huh.
ship, and it's to like overload their
Uh-huh.
generator, but it takes you
Yeah.
forever to start overloading the generator, and they can un-overload it really fast, and also
Yeah.
you're probably just gonna die if that's what you're trying to do. Like, you need to have completely you need to Sea of Thieves their ship. Like, you need to completely control their ship if you're gonna disable their generator. But
Mhm.
you can just take all of their stuff and teleport away instantly. Like, it's really weird that
Yeah.
you can do that.
You can just unplug their shit and just take it. You can take their guns.
Yeah.
There's strategies where people will sneak onto people's ship, and then while the people are shooting back at them on the guns because it's first person, you just creep up next to them and unplug the gun they're using and just teleport. You can teleport back
Yeah.
to your ship in like half a second just by pressing the button. It's also really lame because you can do that from anywhere, not just on enemy ships, which is already stupid. You can do it on enemy ships, but also like you can do it if you're on a base, like doing one of the PVE bases that you have to do to clear to get loot. I think that they should get rid of the auto teleport back to your ship mechanic, and replace it with when you get to the loot room of those rooms, there's a teleport back to your ship in that loot room. Because being able to just warp back to your ship from anywhere, even inside an enemy ship, is so busted because they could have all of their crew on a station, none of them are on their ship, and their shields are down, and guess what, the game alerts them when your ship gets even near them, even if they're not watching, and then if you fire at them, it doesn't matter. Before you can even get in range and fire at their ship, the game will have told them there's a ship nearby, and they can instantly just warp back to their ship and raise their shields or whatever before you can do anything. So like surprising people with their pants down is usually a death sentence in like Sea of Thieves. Like if everyone's not on the ship and you've rowed up to their ship and then you just start unloading on them, it's
Yeah.
not going to alert them. They have to know. And then um, I think it does alert them when they get shot, but not before, you know. And then they have to run back to the ship. You know what I mean? Like they don't just warp back to the ship. It's just so frustrating. Because it's you know what it is. A best way to put it, it is the worst game that I want to love it right now. Like I want to love it. It looks like WildStar as well. Like it looks like WildStar, a game I did love, visually. And I really want to love it, but it really, really keeps kicking me in the dick. I know, it makes me sad. Yeah.
All right, we're down to 3. I think I like these 3 though. So, do we have any opinions in chat? Chat, give me some opinions, chat. Boomerism. I hate that. It bothers me. I don't like how the youngins are just like referring to like the internet in general as chat.
Oh, it's
like
chat.
They use that term like on social media or like on a YouTube video, like not a VOD or live. Like they just say chat. It annoys me. Anyway, we got the like leotard one. Let me zoom. There you go. So chat can see. There you go. Sporty leotard thing. Punky crop top hoodie thing. Or the streetwear in-game thing. No, I'm gonna label them
Put your
so that I
votes in
can
now.
export them as PNGs and send them to people and force them to commit democracy.
Democracy.
Your C.
I
Your
have to hold a mini funeral for Jump Ship.
B. And your A.
I kind of like how A's come around.
Yeah. I like all of them. I really like the shape of this hoodie. I really like that.
Yeah.
The like chunky high up. I like how it's weighted because it complements the like weighting of the character design that I was trying to do, where like her arms are emphasized, her middle is de-emphasized, you know, because it's like really thin. Her arms are big chunky shoes. I think it works in the same way that like her body proportions that I chose do.
It's like one of those cat pictures I sent earlier.
Yeah.
And this one,
yeah, right above the lotion one.
there's the grommet one. Oh yeah. Hey, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, the de-emphasized middle. Yeah.
Optimal Amira design. There she is.
Yeah. Small
That
top,
looks
big pants.
so insane.
What happened to him? Like, because he still has hair. Like, it's just like matte.
yeah.
He's not shaved. He's just like matted down.
I mean, yeah,
right
it
in the
is.
middle.
I think it's
run
like
over by a car, cartoon style.
Yeah.
Looney Tunes. Sometimes they do that when like cats have to do surgery on their tummies, right? They'll like shave the area.
But it doesn't look shaved.
usually that's the
It's
area,
like
not the whole back.
because like I'm seeing these strands like all the way from there.
Yeah, it's like fading. I don't know.
What it might be is if they were shaved for surgery, and this is it growing back like a little bit. You know?
Yeah,
Let's see if we
maybe.
can reverse Google search this.
What is the story?
Give us the story.
I need answers.
Tell me.
And I like this one just because it's like stylish and simplistic enough, and it's based on in-game items.
Mhm, mhm, mhm. You could do a, I suppose it's not really good for a default outfit, but you could do like a big winter poncho outfit as
Hmm.
well.
It was a vet visit, yeah.
I like
So
the
their
winter
hair is
ponchos.
just growing back weird, or they didn't
Yeah, I
particularly
think
care
so.
about the shave in that spot, I guess. Maybe that wasn't the
They
important
did
part.
they did a fade.
Yeah.
They gave him a fade. It looks ridiculous.
And actually, none of these fits use the gold color, so that reduces the color palette by a little bit, which I am
What's
in the business
color?
of doing. Oops. I wish I could
Everything
reverse that
acceptable.
behavior. Like, if I select something and then click make a layer mask, I want it to delete the thing that I selected. Not delete everything but
Yeah.
the thing that I selected. So what was
I
that
just
noise?
try to remember to invert select.
Something just, like, Windows noised at me. What happened? Is my stream dead?
Oh,
No?
It's the Asians.
The Asians. Fuck.
the Assians, the Buttsians. Oh.
I need to replay Pandemonium story-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love Pandemonium.
It was good. I just remember some parts of it. I'd like to go back. I want to go to there.
I want to go to there.
I also want that. What is it? That T-shirt, that Pandemonium T-shirt. That one dev, his daughter drew the boss.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to see that.
Oh, let me try to find it. Because during one of the fan fests,
That's adorable.
they were doing a thing, and his daughter, one of the devs' daughter, drew the. There we go. Yeah, I love this shirt. I want it so bad.
Oh my god.
Let me see.
I need it.
I don't remember its name, but like you know what boss that is, right?
I mean, how could you not? It's right there.
I just thought it was so cute.
I actually don't. Is that supposed to be the big living castle thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
That's it.
Oh no! What the fuck?
Oh.
Okay, so the Windows sound was a pop-up that says OBS has crashed.
Oh, we
but
don't touch it, and
OBS
we're
is
okay.
Yeah, so we're just gonna not touch that.
We
I
just
guess.
don't touch that.
Okay.
We're still
Schrodinger
good.
OBS right
Cool.
now.
Yeah.
It is both dead and not dead at the moment because I can tell you it is working as we speak.
Yeah.
Like,
We don't tell it that it's not doing good. It's like go to the doctor, you know.
that's right. That's right.
Shrobies, yeah, exactly.
Robias. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, there's a fucking nerd in the chat. Oh my god, dude.
Father, I'm dying. Brother, may I have some CPU? No.
Go full Lion King on it.
The
It's like,
GPU has been
brother.
allocated to me, brother.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, let me export these as PNGs, and I'm gonna throw them in my Discord, and I'm gonna put a poll.
Yeah.
Outfit C.
You should add an injury from fighting Odin. Just take
Odin.
Just take her head off.
Outfit.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Easy. Just bisect the character.
I have died to World Odin a few times in my day.
I
when
died to World
that
Odin
used to be things
in
that
a really
people did.
funny way.
Outfit
The
A.
first time I was leveling in Gridania, and I was leveling slowly because I was learning on it, and so people had obviously gotten higher level than me, obviously, whatever, it's a freaking MMO. People are gonna get to max level day one,
Right.
So I'm just vibing, I'm leveling. My friend wasn't there, so I was like leveling, by myself, and I look over, and a certain nice weather happens. I was like, oh, this is pretty nice with the glowing stuff.
Ooh, so spooky
Anyway, I'm
and
just
whimsical.
vibing. I'm leveling, just doing my thing, leveling, fighting, whatever. And I see a raid party of people running straight at me. And I'm like, what are they doing? And then, and then I look behind me. I'm like, oh!
Oh.
And I got wrecked. I got absolutely schloinked.
It's funny.
And then when I was running back to where I died to continue my quest, I arrived in time to see them all get fucking wrecked by Odin. So.
Yeah, it used to be like really hard. Like it was not very likely unless you had just a shit ton of people that you would actually manage to beat the I guess it's kind of an enraged the DPS check. He starts doing get fucked, and you have to kill him before that finishes, or you get fucked. And suddenly there's 60 dead people on the floor in South Shroud.
Yep, 120 halves of dead people.
Yeah,
it's horrifying. It was quite a thing to witness, running back to where my body was, and just seeing a bunch of people get obliterated. It was great. It was awesome. I do enjoy world bosses as a thing. They're such a cool spectacle. You know, like everyone remembers their first time in like Burning Crusade, seeing like a one of those what do you call the thing for the big giant thing in the first area? Like a Fell Reaver or something.
Yeah, Fell Reaver. That sounds right.
You know, or like a dragon sitting somewhere in a world.
Yeah, I really wish there was like there's link shells and discords for it, but I really wish there was like an in-game like notification that you could sign up to, like a party finder-esque thing that says like, I am interested in fates in Dawn Trail, and then you just like get a pop-up that says like, this one's going, and you can be like, okay,
there's a website for it.
Yeah, there's out-of-game tools to do that. But I think there should be in-game tools to do that.
You can sign up for that, and you'll be like, oh, I'm working as the guardian of this area. So like so you could sort of, it would be fitted in-game by like, the people of that region are like, shit's going down, please help us. And you're like, Warrior of Light, on the way, Chief, on the way. Like, on the way.
The moon's kind of like that when the expansion stuff was first starting for the crafting quests. That was like people were sort of stationed to be like, oh, like if an event is starting, like shout in the Discord that it's like starting, and like shout around that you have like 2 minutes to go.
Whoa! Welcome in. We appreciate
an
Blue
additional
here.
Blue person. Really fucking preaching to the choir here, I guess. Oh, I keep getting ads for that live action How to Train Your Dragon movie, and it makes me want to die.
I'm gonna see that, yeah.
My condolences.
I was gonna say something. I forgot. My brain is empty now. I think we might be done. I feel I have 3 outfits. I have all of her scars. I have her color palette. I'm feeling good.
Looks good.
I don't know anything else I might want to do to her.
I don't know. You could design what her phone would look like. Like, just so,
She
like,
would
really
have,
scraping the...
She would have a dangly, like, Moogle keychain on her tombstone.
Yes.
Tombstone.
Yeah. Mine would have a cracked screen.
Yeah.
Because playing monk and then switching to tank, I would definitely have a cracked screen, you know?
Who's this little card captor Sakura mascot? That's Sun. That's the little guy.
Hi. It's been a while. That's the point, though.
Boy.
That's exactly what I was going for.
Yeah.
That's actually in the design notes for this, which is a little lion, which
Magical
could be
girl
mistaken for a
mascot.
teddy bear.
Yeah.
What loot would you drop me? Oh yeah, I still meant to find that like generator that was like, if you were a Final Fantasy 14 boss, what would your mechanics be?
A stack
Oh, yeah.
of 10-year-old Halloween cookies. That's what Amira
Nice.
would drop.
Nice.
It's a great new appearance.
Mine would
Yeah.
drop-
A little guy.
Yeah.
my
Big
character
ol'
would
eyes.
drop
You
a
need to make
bunch
me a
of,
new this. You need to make me a new this so that I can capture you and have you appear when I advertise that you did
Oh
my
yeah.
model. Make me a little jiggly guy.
Wait, did I find it? Did I find the 14 boss mechanic maker? Oh hell yeah!
Oh yeah. My
Type
character
in
would
your.
drop a bunch of
right, we're
unused
gonna-
Ethernet. tokens.
We're gonna do this live on stream and then we're gonna end. That's that's what we're doing.
Give you something to think about.
Do you have to type in your first and second name in the?
It's up
You
to
can type whatever you want.
It's just the seed that your results are based on, so you can kind of manipulate
So it
it.
could be full name, capitalization
That-
also works.
My fight difficulty is savage. The
Oh.
name is Eye of the
Oh.
Evisceration. A triangle
Oh.
arena. Is there a fight with a triangle arena?
Oh.
There's a fight that
Either has
becomes
to
a
be.
triangle for a little while, but not. My mechanics
First
are
time for
knockback
everything.
and knockback and rot and physical resistance down. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm only extreme difficulty, which is different. You know. I've got Radiant Beam as my name,
Whoa.
and then I only have a rectangle arena shape, but I have directional knockback, circle gap, and forced march.
Ooh.
Oh. I typed in my Warrior of Light's name. I got extreme difficulty,
Oh, yeah, let's do
name,
that.
last. Arena shape tiles and mechanics, proximity
Oh.
bait, knockback, jail, and limit
her.
cut.
Her full government
Oh.
name.
Yeah.
Her difficulty is still savage. Name is Undying Wave. Another triangle arena. She has X Flare, a directional knockback, a stack, and causality. What the fuck is causality?
Causality.
That sounds like something that a
Uh.
raid boss already does. Like that's the name of an attack. Like because so is Exaflare. That's oh fuck, what's his name? X-Def. Very creatively named
Oh.
X-Def. Boss from Omega Final Fantasy 3 reference? Final Fantasy 5 reference? I forgot which one.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I think causality might be something to do with the meteors. I'm not sure. A quick
Hmm.
Google search. I can't remember, but it's definitely a thing. If I just use my username, I get difficulty savage. The name is Inviolate Strike.
Oh,
Arena shape multiple platforms. Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna take
And I've
a
got mechanics expanding AoE, summoning AoE,
Screenshot
mini
of that.
magnetism as well.
We'll save
Maybe
that for
Oh.
later.
I don't know what mini magnetism is, but
I guess that could be
Sounds-
interpreted.
yeah, might yoink people off the platforms.
What is
Mhm.
Dropsy? Yeah, I think these are names that current things already do. I don't know what Dropsy
Yeah,
is,
these-
but that
Uh,
sounds really
that's,
familiar. I'm pretty sure it's a thing that
It's
already
water
exists.
damage over time.
Hmm. Oh,
Dropsy.
that's the thing that the frog in the fairy dungeon from Shadowbringers does.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. That's pretty cool.
Because I like this. I don't know if like the seed changes every once in a while or not, but
I
like
think
I
it
remember
does.
seeing this for the first time.
I think Shin
Yeah.
Gun Maker just
And
has
I
a
was like,
whole
oh, it
changes
would,
every now and then.
I remember thinking like, oh, like it'd be really cool because now that makes me think about like what class would you be fighting against
Right.
as like my warrior flight? Like, why are you fighting him?
Mhm.
And I
All
thought
right.
at the time it'd be funny, to just play around with that.
Let's find someone
Clothes.
to raid. Kaya's debuting. Well, that's an easy choice.
Oh
then.
yeah, new outfit. Nice clothes. That's her.
Yeah.
That's her. message.
Clothing raid. Like a complete weirdo.
Yeah, panty raid. Banned.
Oh.
Exploded.
Instant. You know, if you want, I can ban you afterwards. I'm a mod in the chat. For the bit. For the bit. For the bit.
He just forgets to unban.
That's so dumb. Oh, they're playing the remake of Demon Souls.
Oh.
Hmm.
The remake of Demon Souls is one of the most visually stunning Souls games. It's
Yeah,
really
it looks
cool.
really nice. It does look really nice.
Yeah. I would
Custom
love
raid
if the
message.
I can't believe the Dark
That
Souls 1
one.
remake didn't get the same level of like love, you know.
Yeah. All right, that's it for today. It actually stopped storming. It was not forecasted to do so. It was actually supposed to go like all the way into tomorrow, so I was wondering if I was going to have power during Doodle Day, but maybe we will, maybe we won't. We'll see. So tentatively, I will be around tomorrow on the Discord for Doodle Day. I don't know what we're gonna do. I guess decide between these 3 outfits and maybe fuck around a little bit more. And just maybe just play Final Fantasy with some folk, because I have not done any of my weekly stuff yet this week.
Play the game.
Weeklies.
Didn't know you were a freak like that.
Yeah, so we'll be in Discord tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. We hang out for Doodle Days in my Discord. Come hang out with us. We do doodles and play video games and various things. We're gonna go say hey to Kaya, ScribbleSupport guest, certified fish.
Certified
We're gonna
fish,
see
yeah.
her
Yeah.
new debut. Else, I will be
Which
back.
Actually, yeah.
I actually really want to schedule something soon. I don't know if I'll manage to get it together by next week, but I want to do like a repo day or a Gardic phone day or something. I am craving desperately a funny friend freak out alliteration. I want to do something. I want to do something. Make that happen sometime soon. So anyway, thank you all for coming. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your time zone. Grab that raid message. If you don't have my emotes, please substitute your own. Let's go say hey to Kaya, and I'll see you guys on the Discord tomorrow or back here next week for more doodling. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.